northern portions of Alabama, but still very sprawling. The cloud shield expanding essentially from the northeast all the way back across parts of the southern plains. But in terms of our rain, it's not all that heavy at this point, and the winds have certainly come down from where they were. We do see some showers, northern parts of the state of Louisiana, sliding up the Mississippi as well. Jackson right now reporting winds right around 12 miles an hour, 14 in Birmingham, Atlanta 9. So a far cry from what it was like at this time yesterday. Then we head a little bit farther east. Again, a few light sprinkles showing up before us, parts of Virginia down into North Carolina as well. Winds generally anywhere from 5, 10, close to 15 miles per hour there. But again, much less than what they were yesterday. And again, more of those showers continuing back up across parts of the Ohio River Valley. Let's time this out for the rest of today, heading on into tomorrow. There is our spinning area here that will continue to bring us a few showers across the mid-Mississippi Valley. That'll continue to swirl its way across the area heading into tomorrow morning as well, but starting to lose a bit of its umph here for us as we move our way through our Wednesday morning into the afternoon hours. It's just not anything to really get this thing out of the way, so we're sort of meandering and hanging around the jet stream way to the north. So it's just going to sort of slowly work its way on off towards the east with not a whole lot of moisture here from the midweek heading into the latter part of this week as well. So you'll start to notice some of those showers getting into parts of the mid-Atlantic and the northeast by the latter part of the week, but should be generally light activity. All right, let's head a little bit farther south now, back towards the St. Pete area. We've got our very own Chris Bruin who is tracking things there. Chris, still an area that has certainly felt the impacts from Irma. How are they doing here on this Tuesday?
Hey, Alex. Yeah, again, people are starting to come back and assess the damage. We're here in St. Pete Beach, where they were allowing people to come back to the island as of 4 p.m. yesterday. Still a lot of people here. In fact, the majority of people throughout Pinellas County still don't have power. We're talking 4 out of 5 people, and that's with Duke Energy. And again, we're just to the west of Tampa and Tampa Bay. I want to show you some of the damage. This house boarded up behind me. They took precaution. Thankfully, the storm surge was very minimal, but the winds were strong, and you have damage like this, some siding off of the roof, off of this house here, right on the edge of the beach. Right behind me is St. Pete Beach. And again, another issue that we're continuing to deal with now. Although the weather is nice, it's a beautiful Florida day, but it is hot. I can tell you that. I am sweating, and when you don't have power and you're dealing with temperatures in the upper 80s to lower 90s, it can be brutal. And especially if you don't have water, some people around the region are urged not to use, limit some of their water usage because water is scarce, especially in Southwest Florida where they got hit even harder. We definitely dodged a bullet here throughout Pinellas County, but I can tell you as people are headed back into town after their evacuations, the traffic is building up. So maybe wait a couple more days, because I can tell you there's still very few gas stations that have gas, and there's still a lot of businesses closed because of no power. But I do want to send it back in to Maria, and she's up in Atlanta. And Maria, again, Irma definitely getting hit hard in Georgia as well, now that the storm is pushed through. What's the latest there on the south side of Atlanta in Stockbridge?
Well, Chris, like you in Tampa, traffic is backing up, and you can see that behind me with I-75 southbound. It's you and a couple of thousand of your friends, and on the drive here, you were surrounded by Florida plates. So absolutely, people are ready to go home, and the Florida governor says all interstates in Florida, along the turnpikes too, are open for Florida residents. And we've talked to a couple people and they said, yes, we are absolutely ready to get home. Take a listen.
Trying to get back now, probably to a no power situation, and the drive has been slow because I imagine everyone thinks, okay, the storm is over, let's all go home. And so either that or they're just going back to their lives because the storm hit here, that is Atlanta area, last night, yesterday, and so now people are starting to move back to where they are, where they've been.
And it's a situation right now where you have the traffic of everyone heading southbound, but also the influx of an Atlanta evening rush, which is always a little extra difficult anyway. But some positive news here. The Florida governor also still waived in Florida, and the Florida Turnpike saying that their rest stops, their rest areas are fully fueled, and you can fuel, but it's only available to vehicles. So once you get there, it'll be a while, it'll take some time, but once you get there, a little bit more of optimistic conditions than certainly a day or two ago. I'll send it back to you.
Absolutely. So we're seeing some bright spots. Maria, thank you so much. I want to get you into the recovery forecast here as we look towards what we've got to deal with. Should mention the Weather Prediction Center has issued their last public advisory on Irma. So we're going to close that book. But of course, we still have work to do across the Sunshine State of Florida. Getting more dry time out there now, and we've seen the rain lift well to the north. It's hot, though. We've got temperatures in the 80s with feels like temperatures into the 90s. And keep in mind, a lot of folks still without power. Feels like 98 right now in Miami. Tomorrow, we do have thunderstorms coming back into play, especially across the southern part of the state. We get you into Thursday, more of Florida dealing with at least scattered showers and thunderstorms. I think North Florida has a little better opportunity to stay dry Thursday, but even Friday, you've got the chance of thunderstorms as well. So we'll be watching for that even as we extend into the weekend. It's going to be that pattern, that warm, muggier, thunderstormy kind of pattern setting up. And I know it's especially unbearable for folks who are sitting in those very warm homes without power. We're going to give you the very latest on Hurricane Jose in the Atlantic as our coverage continues next. before Hurricane Irma slammed the Florida Keys, it raked the small islands across the Caribbean. Here in St. Thomas, the damage extensive both to homes and to businesses.
St. Martin also heavily battered by the storm. You see aerial footage above these coastal homes show the power of Irma. Roofs ripped right off. In some cases, well, the whole second story is missing.
And in Barbuda, total devastation. The island used to be a picturesque place of paradise. Now it's left in ruins. Many Barbuda residents were evacuated to Antigua, which sustained less damage. Right now, only police and military are allowed to be on that island. I want to bring in our senior hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, for more on Hurricane Jose. You know, Brian, parts of the Caribbean, they've been watching this one, kind of that 1-2 punch that none of these locations needed or wanted.
No, we didn't want to even talk about it. You know, we saw the models that were showing a little bit of an ominous track affecting the United States from this, but thankfully they've shifted. I'll show you the whole thing here, and we're not horribly concerned about it, but I do want to make you aware. Okay, here we go. With the latest on Hurricane Jose, 75 miles an hour is the estimate from the National Hurricane Center. And you see, I think you guys have, there you go, that's the one I want. And the pressure estimated at 987. Moving to the east, so drifting that way at 7 miles an hour, drifting away. You go, okay, that's good. But here's the forecast track, which is very kind of wackadoodle. And yesterday, this bend back to the north was thought to be a little closer to the U.S. The models have come into some kind of agreement that this is the case. The reason there's a little concern here is it's in very light steering out in here. And when storms are in light steering, the forecasts are just generally worse than normal. So until it has made this turn, we're going to keep an eye on it. It should do that later in the week. But here's where it is right now. This is kind of interesting. There's the Hurricane Jose. There's what's left of Irma, which has transitioned into kind of a northern low pressure system. And here is a mature northern low pressure system here in the Atlantic moving on out. But it's the hurricane we're watching. What is keeping it from getting too much stronger are these strong upper level winds coming in from the north here and kind of pushing the thunderstorms on down to the south a bit. This is a strong upper level high pressure system in there, and that's actually, that air is the same air that kind of tore apart Irma as it moved over the southeast yesterday. So here's the European model, which was by far the best performing model in Hurricane Irma, and watch it make the loop there as it goes around, as the steering just changes. And you see it's well offshore now and forecasting it to go out to sea. So we're, again, just because of the uncertainty in the weak steering currents, we're going to keep an eye on it, but we're not too concerned. All right, I want to show you something here. Watch this. Sunset in Miami yesterday. You know, you say, wow, that's a really nice sunset, and you see the clouds that were rotating around Irma coming out of the west. Unusual, but wait for it, because it gets better. Look at that. As the sun went down below the horizon, another magnificent night in Miami. Okay, stop it there, Brandon. You know, what we say is that when these hurricanes happen, you kind of forget how beautiful a place can be. And then the sun goes down on the day after Hurricane Irma, and that's what you get over the Magic City. So that's where we are tonight. All right, back to you, Alex and Alex.
Good stuff. Yeah, stop it right there. It was that was the moment.
Yes.
It is beautiful, you know, after these storms roll through. I remember last year with Matthew, it's like the next day you remember it's a beautiful place to live. It's going to get cleaned up. It'll take a little work, but it's worth it.
Exactly. That's what, you know, you forget when you look at all the close-up destruction that the sun is still going to set. It's still going to be magnificent, and it's going to come back.
All right, good stuff.
Thanks, Brian. Indeed, we'll be following things closely there, and plenty more to come here, of course, as we continue to follow now of Irma there, hanging out in basically now northern portions of Alabama. Really just some light shower activity, a far cry from what it was doing though earlier in the week. Some of the aftermath footage here coming out of Florida. A lot of areas looking really rough at the moment, but as we have all been saying, yes, it's going to take some time, but we're eventually going to see these places come back. Plus, thousands of evacuees make their way back home after Irma. These are the kinds of scenes that they are returning to. Still going to be a tough go for days, if not weeks, in Marco Island. Cell phone towers obliterated, power lines down, all making communication and recovery efforts really, really tough.
We want to get the story from hard-hit Naples, Florida. That's where we find NBC's Jay Gray. Jay, I would imagine, people come back to their homes, to their communities, and in a lot of cases, they're surprised at what they see.
Yeah, Alex, good to talk to you both. And you're right. They get back in and they see what Irma's done, and it's a stunning blow. Look, we're right now at the Collier County Command Center and staging area. We've seen crews from across the country moving in and out of this place all day. The recovery effort continuing around the clock, not only here in Naples, but across the entire state.
The images from the lower keys are horrific. The islands and most everything on them looked like they were thrown from a blender, shredded and scattered for miles.
This is the worst storm that we've ever been through. I've never left before. I might consider leaving after this one.
FEMA says that 90% of the homes in the Keys were either damaged or destroyed, and the impact of the storm stretches across the entire state, from the barrier islands through the Jacksonville area, where flooding will continue to be an issue for days.
This is potentially a week-long event, with water and the tides coming and going.
Millions across the strike zone are still without power, and in the hardest hit areas, it could be 10 days or more before it's restored.
This storm essentially covered the entire state of Florida, and we've never had that before.
The damage is overwhelming. Stunned survivors working to clear away debris and clean up what they can.
Getting people back to normal life as fast as possible. So we got a lot of work to do.
It is a monumental task, an effort to bring back paradise in the Sunshine State.
Now, the power is slowly coming back in some areas here, and at least one gas station was open today. In fact, Alex, I waited in line that stretched more than a mile long, and there were people behind me. So a lot of people anxious to get back in and get back to work, but they just need those basic necessities, guys, to make sure they can do that.
Yeah, that's a tough go. And, you're waiting in line for gas. You're in a home without power. It's hot in Florida. So,
right.
It's a really tough go for those folks down there.
All right. Thanks, Jake. Yeah. We'll check back with you in just a bit. But still issues out there for some of these rivers across Florida. You can see some of the spots here. We've got a number, 30 gauges, in fact, in all that are in major flood stage.
Yeah, so we've got rising water continuing. At this point for McClenny, Florida, the St. Mary's River will start to go down, but it's going to stay in major flood stage for at least the next day. It did crest earlier, slow recede. Even into the weekend, it's still going to be in moderate flood stage.
And that 22-foot period there is a key number. You can see that's well above all these different spots. At 20 feet, trailers and houses along the Georgia side, they are endangered, and we're now at 22 feet. So you can see certainly some big problems there.
Right. We look at Lithia, Florida, the Alfia River, and it is forecast to crest at 22.9 feet. So it's still got a little rise in it. So we're not done with this one and the impacts at 27 feet. Of course, the state road there.
So hopefully we don't get to that number. Not expecting that to take place. But again, just goes to show you, this is a system business here, dumping quite a bit of rain across the Sunshine State. Look at some of these totals here for us. Certainly paling in comparison to a Harvey, but plenty enough to cause problems. Fort Pierce picking up nearly 16 inches of rain.
Yeah, I think that was what was so exceptional about Harvey. You were talking about a foot or more in a day is going to cause some big problems, and that's exactly what we saw here in parts of Florida. We've got much more still to come, including more on Florida's recovery, especially the West Coast after taking the brunt of Hurricane Irma. Live report is next.
Well, the cleanup continues after Hurricane Irma slammed into Florida over the weekend. This is all that is left of one home in Volcano Beach, just off the coast of St. Augustine. Several other homes along the beach were severely damaged.
Tough to look at, around the Jacksonville area, especially hard hit as Irma moved through. And, you look at that cone of Irma and you look at the immediate where you think you'll see the impacts. Just goes to show when you've got these large systems, they can have expansive effects even outside of that cone.
We say it all the time. Yeah. Can't focus just on the center. Yeah. Its impacts well away from that.
Got it. Well, thanks for staying with us for our continuing coverage of the aftermath of Irma. We're done with it. The Weather Prediction Center issued their last advisory on the storm, but we still have, of course, the lingering effects. Thanks for joining us. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Alex Wallace. Still more to track here with this thing, the long-lasting impacts from Irma. Here's a little bit of what we now know.
Yeah, well, you've got 44 deaths attributed to Irma so far. More than 110,000 people, they're still in shelters across the state of Florida. 25% of homes in the Keys have been destroyed and 65% sustained major damage. President Trump is scheduled to visit Florida on Thursday. Now, we are still dealing with the remnants of what was that Hurricane Irma. Alex, tracking those.
Yeah, indeed. The good news, as you mentioned, finally putting this thing to rest. Last little advisory being input here from the Weather Prediction Center. Pressure sitting at 1,004. There it is now, essentially now moved up into Tennessee, moving to the northwest at 20 miles per hour. So sort of a paling in comparison to what it was, is working its way up into the Keys and then eventually across the peninsula of Florida. But still an expansive cloud shield here with this thing. It extends all the way from essentially the northeast through the Ohio River Valley, working your way back on into portions of the even southern plains. Rain shield is much, much less than what it was in terms of the intensity. That's way down as well. We do have a few showers moving across northern sections of the state of Louisiana. And you notice the winds, they aren't all that high either. 5, maybe up to 10 miles per hour out there. The highest there around Birmingham, 10 mile per hour winds. Atlanta right around 9. Again, yesterday around this time, they were much stronger and a bit more gustier as well. Off to the east into the Carolinas, you got Greer sitting 7 mile per hour winds there for you. Up around 12 in the Raleigh area, but again, very sporadic with the shower activity at this moment. Let's zoom out the picture here and show you how this is all going to play out as we move through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. Rotating around our circulation, that'll be showers, Memphis, back over towards even Nashville through the Ohio River. You'll see some rain showers as well. Generally going to be in the light variety in terms of the rainfall heading into our Wednesday morning as well. Showers continuing across central Tennessee, up into Kentucky, maybe even a few into southern Mississippi, showers rotating on in, coming in from the west. But this thing's just going to sort of hang around and slowly work towards the east. The jet stream is located to the north here up into Canada. So there's nothing to really steer it and get out of the way. So it's just going to sort of slowly float off towards the east. Not a whole lot of moisture to work with. So light showers is what we'll see. That nuisance kind of rain is what you'll notice here heading into the latter part of our week. So tomorrow, Cincinnati up towards even Cleveland, Detroit, you'll see a little bit of light rain up towards Indianapolis. And then by Thursday, you'll see that area shift a bit farther east, maybe even a few rumbles of thunder, Baltimore, D.C., sliding up towards NYC. And then on Friday, New England, you have a chance for dealing with some scattered showers, even a few storms, including around Boston. All right, let's head farther south. The recovery efforts continuing down in the St. Petersburg area. That's where we find our very own Chris Bruin. Chris?
Thanks again. Yeah, we're here in St. Pete Beach at Paso Grill. This is to the west of Tampa Bay, and behind me you can see the boarded up houses. So a lot of boarded up houses across the board. And for local residents to get back on the island, they're allowing people as of 4 p.m. yesterday. You have to have an emergency access permit, and I'm going to have Mark, my camera guy, kind of zoom in on one here. This is what the locals have on their car as they come over the mainland and onto the barrier island here. Still a lot of people without power. This one little section, though, we talked to some residents, and they do have power, and they were shocked that it got on so quickly, but the majority, if we're talking 4 out of 5 people here, don't have power. We do have some video of traffic coming south on I-75. Take a look at the busyness here on the interstate. So a lot of people wanting to return back to their homes, but keep in mind, you're likely not going to have power. There's still millions of people here throughout the state without power. And in Pinellas County, we're talking 4 out of 5 people that are still without power with Duke Energy, and 250,000 people without power in the Tampa Bay area. Now, take a look at off towards down the street. You can see what to do if you don't have lights working. You're going to treat them as a four-way stop. So far, we've been driving around, and most people have been obeying that rule. But keep in mind, you want to treat it as a four-way stop. There are several major intersections that still don't have power, and you're going to have to treat those as a four-way stop. So pack the patience. Still, a lot of businesses closed, obviously, because they don't have power. But as far as the activity goes across the board, things are going to return pretty quickly here. In fact, Pinellas County schools will reopen on Monday here, and UCF doing the same. Now, I know Busch Gardens open up tomorrow. We do want to send it up to Ron Blome. And Ron, I have to say, you're in St. Pete, just off to our north. It's hot, and I really feel for the folks that don't have power.
It's been a hot day, but there's been a nice breeze, and most people are on lawn chairs in the yard, and their entertainment today was bucket trucks. They were watching power restoration here. For 5 hours, we had 10 bucket trucks and about 20 crewmen. These were folks who came from Quebec and Canada, and something that should look normal, but it's not. It is power lines that are back up. There were several poles that were snapped off and down here. About a quarter of a mile has been put up. They just finished it. They're going around the corner, and they're going to get this up pretty soon. Now, we were at the command center earlier today, which was quite interesting. We were watching what was going on there, and in fact, we heard calls coming in where they were saying a line was down, it was on fire, send a fire truck, and they were dispatching and moving their troops around. All of these guys working very long hours. Here's the Duke Energy spokesman, Anna Gibbs.
I think all of us really are just trying, for our purposes, get the power back on as safely and quickly as possible. We're committed to working as long as it takes to get everybody back on.
And these are long shifts.
These are definitely long shifts. Just to give you an example, most of our line crews are coming in at around 5 a.m. and they're working 16-hour shifts, of course, because at some point they do have to sleep. But and then from there, we are continuing to work again until we get the lights back on. So they're just working day after day, literally responding to things just like you're seeing behind me. So in this particular case, it looks like we're going to have to replace a pole. We're restringing some line, and work like this takes hours and hours just to address this one little area of St. Petersburg.
But here's the payoff. That job is done. 500 customers will have power tonight, and another army now of tree trimmers is moving in. They're going behind these houses, and they're going to start cutting some limbs off other power lines so the folks on this side of the street can get their power back. It's a slow process, but it's block by block, Alex.
Yeah, and you appreciate the work those crews are doing. Long shifts in tough conditions. Ron, thank you so much. I want to show you the recovery forecast. So we're finally getting some dry time, but it does come with the warmth. Those temperatures have been into the 80s, even nearing and not in the low 90s across South Florida, but it feels much hotter. Feels like temperature in Miami 98, feels like 95 in West Palm Beach, feels like 85 in Jacksonville. Tomorrow, South Florida, you've got the chance of showers and thunderstorms. That chance begins to expand into the rest of the state as we head into Thursday, Friday, also your Saturday. And remember, those temperatures aren't going to be dropping. So unfortunately, we are going to keep the high heat. Makes it very uncomfortable for those folks who are waiting on those power crews to do that work to get the power restored. So another few hot days for you. Rain to come, though. We're looking at an inch or less for many locations. Could see some isolated totals of 1 to 2 inches, especially where you get those thunderstorms. Well, we've got the very latest on Hurricane Jose out in the Atlantic. Brian Norcross, our senior hurricane specialist, is up next with more on that. Well, nearly every island in the Caribbean hurting for basic survival items such as food, water, power, medical supplies. This after Hurricane Irma swept through nearly a week ago.
As NBC's Laura Aguirre reports, the much-needed aid and stability is finally starting to arrive.
Hurricane Irma's wrath passed these islands over 5 days ago. Only now is substantial humanitarian aid reaching their shores. On the U.S. Virgin Island of St. Thomas, the Coast Guard arrived, cutters loaded with supplies, equipment, and emergency personnel. Guardsmen are reconnecting broken power lines and resetting navigation markers in the channels so more supply ships can come. Also today, French President Emmanuel Macron arrived in Guadeloupe, his first stop across the battered French Caribbean islands. From here, he'll visit St. Bart's and St. Martin, an island France shares with the Netherlands. A French cargo ship is expected to reach St. Martin today, while hundreds of stranded tourists hope to flee the devastation as flights resume. For those staying, daily survival is daunting.
Almost everything is broken down. For our need, we need water and food.
The British Royal Air Force landed on the island of Turks and Caicos today. They say they've been able to deliver at least 75 tons of life-saving aid so far to Irma-stricken communities here and on their other islands, like Anguilla. Across the Caribbean, Irma killed dozens of people and left the beaten infrastructure vulnerable to looters and violence. Criticism had been too slow.
There's an unprecedented effort going on by the UK to meet what has been an unprecedented catastrophe.
President Trump is expected to visit the U.S. Virgin Islands in the coming days. Laura Aguirre, NBC News.
Yeah, tough go for those islands, you know, seeing the full wrath of Irma and then Jose behind it. Senior hurricane specialist Brian Norcross, you know, we've been watching that one closely, and that 1-2 lineup that nobody in that area wanted to see.
It was a little nervous around here a couple days ago, but we're feeling better about Jose now. But just imagine if you're stuck on an island, you know, and there's no place to go, right? You're stuck there. You're stuck in the middle of the disaster zone. It's just horrible. Here is Jose, Hurricane Jose, with 75-mile-an-hour winds. It's just on the other side of the Bahamas. I mean, it's within shouting distance of the U.S. Moving to the east, moving away at 7 miles an hour. And you might think, okay, that's good. It's moving away. And here's the close-up on it. And there you can see it's got a pretty good kind of comma shape to it. There's the center of rotation there. It doesn't look too bad. But on the north side, we're having some dry air kind of filtering in there, and that's what's keeping it from intensifying. Not that it might not, although the Hurricane Center isn't forecasting that. But here are the models. Most of the models do take it now offshore. Just even as of yesterday, not so much. Actually, it brought it a little closer. So as long as it has light steering like it has now, the models are a little flaky. And the UK Met model takes it to Florida, of all things. Well, the only thing normally would say, oh, just forget that. But the UK Met model was the first one to take it farther west in the approach there with Irma. So it's a good model. There's something wrong with it, though, and we don't really know exactly what. Jose's out there putting a lot of energy in the ocean, so the winds coming around here are pushing the energy this way, and there was a lot of energy in the ocean from Irma. Because of that, we have a risk here all along the coast here. It's because the swells, these long wave swells coming up to the coast kind of drive the water farther up on the beach, and then it rushes out and you ended up with these channels that are very dangerous. But Alex, they say don't go in the water anyway because they haven't tested it for bacteria or whatever else might be in there.
Good point. All right, thanks so much, Brian. Still more to come, though, as we hear from survivors from Irma.
Yeah, those who evacuated now face an uncertain future when they return home.
Well, I've got a large hole in the roof. One of the tree branches is actually sticking through the ceiling in the middle bedroom. The one window in that same room has been racked so badly it looks like the actual window frame has been corkscrewed. And again, another branch went through there and actually broke off, and like a spear went made a hole in the wall at a 90-degree angle to the window. So.
You know, a lot of people consider not evacuating because they think, oh, you know, I'm not near the water, it's not a big deal. But unfortunately, trees can be such a danger to homes and the folks in them when we've got these storms rolling through.
Yeah, that was certainly a big deal across the southeast from Irma, and those strong winds knocking them down, problems on the roads, houses, you name it, even people dying, unfortunately, from trees falling in those homes.
Yeah, and then, of course, the power outages that come along with them. Irma has been quite the storm. We want to send it over to Senior Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross and get a recap on this is a long-lasting, long-talked about, and a really impactful event.
And really exceptional, really unusual hurricane in the record book. This one is going to go down as a really astounding event. And give me just 1 second here because I had a little computer malfunction, but I can fix it for you. Right. Okay, so the thing that was so unusual about this, that just to start, is the hurricane forms out here by the Cabo Verde Islands, and there was an extra strong high pressure system over the Atlantic. I mean, super strong. And so that was what set up Irma to be very, very different, because the atmosphere was just unusually out of whack. Extra strong high, extra strong low over the Atlantic. By the way, in a warmer world, the computer models forecast this to happen more often. So we don't know if this is related to the general warming of the Earth, but maybe. So in any case, that made Irma take this very long track all the way across the Atlantic, running around that huge high pressure system was out there. How unusual was that? It's only ever happened one time before from that location that far north in the deep tropics, and that was this storm right here. Look at that one. That's called the Sea Island hurricane. That hit the Sea Islands, which are down kind of southeast of Savannah, Georgia. Killed upwards of 2,000 people. It was just this hellacious event there in the Savannah, Charleston area in the year 1893, which was a very, very active year for hurricanes. If you can imagine, this storm, just as a little side note, went up very close to New York City, and it got there 4 days after a hurricane had hit New York City that year. So sometimes freaky things happen. But in this case, this one was the first one to come that far west, and certainly the first one in modern times. How unusual was it in terms of its strength? Well, it had 180-mile-per-hour winds for 45 consecutive hours. 45. The record before that was only 18 hours back in 1980 with Hurricane Allen. So it was really, really unusual, and it was because that super strong high kept those perfect conditions underneath of it for all that time. Another freaky thing about it was that it has the longest lasting Category 5, but again, attributed to that high with that perfect track for it to stay long all that time. Elsewhere in the tropics, now that the Atlantic is going to kind of fade down a little bit, the Pacific is getting busy, although there is one area to watch here in the Atlantic. It's there in that kind of smudge of clouds, and the National Hurricane Center is only giving it a 10% chance of developing in the next 5 days. The system behind it, over there by Africa, well, and in this area here and kind of moving north, so we're not really concerned about that. This one behind it is at a lower latitude, so it may go a little farther west, but again, the Atlantic is not looking terribly conducive. All right, Alex and Alex, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Brian. And of course, we got plenty more to come here with our aftermath coverage of Irma. We're going to head out live to see how things are faring down in Florida.
for residents in some of the places hardest hit by Hurricane Irma. The recovery is going to take weeks, if not months, to get back to business as usual. Our coverage continues tonight. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson.
And I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace. Irma, we can pretty much say goodbye to it at this point, but the damage has no doubt been done.
Absolutely. I want to give you a 44 deaths have been attributed to Irma so far. More than 110,000 people are still in shelters across Florida. 25% of homes in the Keys have been destroyed. 65% sustained major damage. And President Trump is scheduled to visit the Sunshine State on Thursday. Alex, we've got the Weather Prediction Center. They've issued the last advisory. So as you mentioned, closing the book, we still are dealing with some of the remnants, though.
Yeah, hanging out there, just being more of a nuisance to us with some clouds and some of that light drizzle, light shower activity is basically what we're finding right now. In terms of where the center of the circulation is, essentially now it's across the state line and trying to move from Alabama up into Tennessee with its movement to the northwest right around 20 miles per hour. But the cloud shield extends from the northeast, the Great Lakes, into parts of even the southern plains. So a pretty wide expanse of clouds and even some shower activity. In terms of the intensity of the rain, though, much less than what we were dealing with at this time yesterday, and the winds as well. They've come way down. We're talking 10, maybe up to 15 miles per hour at the best here for us. Little Rock now seeing winds around 13 miles per hour. Birmingham right around 12 miles an hour. And again, very light rain moving across Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, up into Tennessee, Kentucky as well, seeing some rain. And then sporadic showers here into the Carolinas, at least North Carolina, up into western Virginia. Winds here also pretty light, anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour, maybe a little bit more right around Raleigh. But all in all, really looking at paling in comparison here, Irma, at this point. Let's put the radar into future mode, show you how this will play out. Shower activity sort of rotating here in the Mississippi River Valley through the here, Irma, at this point. Let's put the radar into future mode, show you how this will play out. Shower activity sort of rotating here in the Mississippi River Valley through the rest of tonight and heading on into tomorrow morning as well. Pretty light activity here for us. Nashville sees some of that through the overnight period into your Wednesday morning. Maybe the commute to work may be a little slower because of some wet roadways there, and also some showers here into southern Mississippi as well. System really doesn't have anything to really kick it and get out of the way at a quick pace. There's the jet stream here way to the north, so that steering flow is going to stay in that general vicinity. So the cutoff area here with Irma is just going to sort of meander and sort of just drift very slowly on off towards the east. And it doesn't have a whole lot of moisture to work with, so what we see in terms of precipitation is generally going to be pretty light out there. So heading on into tomorrow, this is what we've got. Some showers here, essentially Tennessee Valley working your way up into the Great Lakes. Detroit, a few showers for you heading into your Thursday. We'll also see some rain in the upper Ohio Valley getting into the northeast, Pittsburgh, New York City, and then eventually as we get into your Friday, ending off our week, could see a few light sprinkles still hanging around D.C. and Baltimore, but the better shot for rain, maybe even a few rumbles of thunder. That would include you there in places like Boston and, again, right around New York City, a chance for some rain there as well. Otherwise, the rest of the East, generally looking for things to be a bit quieter in those zones, which is what we want to hear, particularly farther south, where the recovery efforts continue. Let's head farther south now to St. Petersburg. That's where we find our very own Chris Brewer. Chris?
Hey, thanks, Alex. Yeah, we're here in Paso Grill Beach, which is just south of St. Pete Beach. And what you're looking at behind me is an Australian pine that fell over and has taken down a power line and has fallen, just leaning on, we've got our special guest here, their house. They're renting its house. I've got Jason, and thanks for joining us, Jason. Oh, yeah, appreciate it. And you have just gotten back from Italy on your honeymoon.
We did. We took off about a week and a half ago, believe it or not, and we came back and got a little nerve-wracking towards the end of last week as we saw the storm coming in as a Category 4. So had to make some adjustments on our flights to get back in town, and we came back. Was stuck up in Georgia, actually, north. And made our way back late last night and came back to a house with a tree on it. So ironically, we still have power, believe it or not, in this house. And things we expected this to be a lot worse. We're very fortunate that all that's down is a power line and a tree. We're expecting to have 5 to 8 feet of storm surge over here. So to have a house that's fully intact is as a great thing. So also, you know, my truck usually gets parked right beneath this tree, believe it or not. So very happy that
you didn't park it there.
I did not park my truck there.
So a win-win. I know that, and just to kind of give you guys a reference, the beach is probably about a 1-minute walk in this direction. So very close to the Gulf of Mexico. Storm surge was a big issue, but was a big concern, I should say, but we really dodged a bullet. Just some sand in the street was about the worst of it here. So not a flooded house, even though the tree is leaning, no damage on the inside.
Yeah, we're very lucky for sure. It's I think the power lessened the impact of the tree actually hitting the roof and really causing some significant damage.
Well, and it's crazy you live right next to this down power line and you guys still have power.
It's crazy. We're debating whether to go back in the house or not, but Duke Energy and you know, the fellows that were out here earlier said that, you know, it was going to be okay to go back in the house. So.
Well, thanks so much. What a way to start off a marriage. You guys are going to get off stronger in that, and take care. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, that's the latest here in Paso Grill. Again, we definitely dodged a bullet. The worst of the storm surge was non-existent here on the beach. It made it right up to the seawall, but no flooding around, and we're going to bounce back very quickly. Power has been coming on throughout the day. Still thousands and millions, Maria, still without power. What's the latest there in Atlanta? Of course, this is not only a Florida problem, but a Georgia problem as well.
Oh, absolutely. We're kind of covering the travel angle, right? There's so many people that fled Florida to the Atlanta area. Where we are right now in Stockbridge, it is about a 23-mile drive from Midtown, but is about 200 more miles southbound on 75 before you get to the Florida border. And boy, you've got a lot of company right now on the drive here, surrounded by Florida plates. Everyone at this point ready to go home, knowing, though, that they are going to have to contend with a lot of traffic. The good news is that this is really the northern point of where the stopped traffic is, or the really slow traffic is. Starting to see sort of fits and spurts, so that's some good news. Also good news once you get there, Florida governor saying that the interstates, the turnpikes are open. Florida DOT saying that the Florida Turnpike, all their rest areas, their service areas are full of fuel and ready to have motorists get there and fill up, but only for the vehicles. So people are making their way southward slowly but surely. Alex, back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you so much. We've got a lot of work to do across the state of Florida, and unfortunately the temperatures making it uncomfortable for the line workers out there working to restore power and the folks waiting for the power to be restored. Feeling like the 90s in Daytona Beach, West Palm Beach, and well into the 90s for Miami, or feels like temperature 96 degrees. Chance of thunderstorms, especially across South Florida tomorrow, but as we finish off the week, the entire state for the most part looking at least scattered showers and thunderstorms. So wet weather coming back into play for your Thursday as well as your Friday. Coming up, we are going to show you brand new exclusive video as Irma made landfall in the Florida Keys. Incredible pictures. You'll want to see those next.
Checking into brand new exclusive video coming into the Weather Channel. This is from Storm Tracker Jim Eds in Big Pine Key.
What you're looking at, Big Pine Key, that's about 9 miles to the east of where the center of Irma made landfall in the lower Keys early Sunday morning. So this is a rough cut of the video. We're going to be showing you more of it, but incredible to see that the water rise. This really goes to show you, I think when people think of storm surge, they think of just that water slowly creeping up. But here that water is rushing. And then we've got the wind and we've got the rain. I mean, this is why you leave your home.
This is exactly why the evacuations take place there. Really incredible video that we're getting a chance to see. And you can see it's not moving at a slow pace. This is fast-moving water here, and if you're in that kind of stuff, you're more than likely getting swept away. And again, on top of the water that's rushing, you also have the winds to have to contend with as well.
All right, now Brian Norcross, our senior hurricane specialist, you look at this, and hopefully this paints the picture for folks about why, I think people think, oh, it's going to be a little windy, there will be some heavy rain, but we can ride this out. This is why you don't want to.
Yeah, and at the end of all this, there were refrigerators swept onto the overseas highway. So as you said, this was just up the Keys, so just east of Cudjoe Key, where the center of the circulation came ashore. So this is the Atlantic being pushed over the Keys, and it just decimated everything on the Atlantic side of US 1 here. Actually, there's a radio station in Big Pine Key, WWUS Radio, called US 1 Radio, serves the lower Keys. And I have a long history with those folks down there, and they called me the morning after this happened. They stayed on the air on Big Pine Key during this whole event on a kind of a wing and a prayer. And Bill Becker, who handles the news in the lower Keys, and the staff there kept it going. Which was very much like Hurricane George back in 1998. They stayed on for that one as the water was rising in the studio. So it was quite an adventure for them. When I talked to them that next morning, you could hear in their voice, boy, they didn't know what was going to happen minute by minute.
Right, and for folks who maybe would be more prepared or understanding what's going on when they see the water rise. We talk about surge, and that's the biggest killer because it really catches people off guard. They don't realize it's going to be coming up that quickly, and it'll be moving that quickly, and it'll be carrying what it's carrying.
Well, yeah, and just think if you're at the beach and suddenly a wave crashes, and say you get 2 feet of water, it'll knock you over, right? When it's coming in with velocity. Well, this is all that water. That's exactly that water coming in with velocity, just screaming across the Keys there. So, this is extraordinarily dangerous, and this is where we lose more people in storm surge and also freshwater flooding that is moving with velocity. Because water, we talked about this a lot before this hurricane. If you take it a little more than 3 feet square, and make it a cube, that weighs a ton. Right? So this is like a rock that weighs a ton coming and hitting you, and you can't survive that, and you can't hold yourself in that. So this is spectacularly dangerous. I wonder how Jim Eds got this video.
Phenomenal stuff. And again, this is why, folks put themselves in harm's way here to get you this video, to give you the example of why it's dangerous to be out there during these conditions indeed. And we've got plenty more to come on the aftermath of Irma. That's next.
Flooding so extreme in the Jacksonville area earlier today, the county sheriff sent the dive teams out to patrol and assist in water rescues because vehicles were almost completely submerged.
Wow.
Incredible scenes.
They're in Jacksonville, Florida. Again, this is well away from the center of where Irma was moving. So the impact's no doubt widespread and far from it.
Yeah, and why you said earlier, and we continue to remind people, that's why you can't just look at the center of a storm. You can see the effects well outside of that. One of the hard-hit areas closer to the center, though, was Naples.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where we find NBC's Jay Gray there in the Naples area. Really took a hit on the chin there, no doubt about it. Jim, how are the folks there doing at this moment?
Hey, Alex and Alex, yeah, they're struggling. They're working through what they can here. We're at the staging center for Naples, where all of the crews from across the country come, refill with gas, get out and help as they can. But I want to refer you to the video that you're seeing right now. It's new and exclusive video into the Weather Channel of this storm striking the Keys. You can see just how powerful the storm was. The winds there just ripping apart everything in their path. A storm surge, as you talked about, something that really just played havoc with all of the barrier islands down there. This was the first U.S. hit, and what a hit it was. I've been telling people what I've seen from the Keys looks like it was thrown from a blender, that everything was just chewed up and then tossed for miles. And that's why you can see the power of the storm there. Here, a lot of the same. You see a lot of trees and power lines down. You see a lot of homes that have been damaged. There were water issues here as well. And the comeback's going to take some time. There are people getting back into their homes now. Some of the electricity is slowly coming back online. If there's good news today, we saw a grocery store that was open. We saw a gas station that was open. The line was more than a mile long, but people are starting to get some of the basic necessities that they need, guys, to really start this comeback in earnest.
Absolutely. And, you know, Jay, I know with Harvey, of course, we saw some of the worst wind damage there in Rockport, but really I think the calling card of Harvey would have been the flooding rain. But, you know, looking at some of the video, it seems like, I'm sure as you were driving out and about, wind damage looks to be the big story there to homes in Naples.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Alex. Harvey was a whole different animal, and the water there was overwhelming. But here, it was the strong winds, gusting to over 130 miles an hour as the storm moved through. And there are a lot of older structures here in Naples that just couldn't withstand that. And then, of course, you've got all the old trees that were pulled down, and it's tragic to see that as well. But a lot of people here out and trying to clean up and get things started on coming back.
All right, Jay Gray, thank you so much. They're in Naples, Florida. A lot to get going there to get things back to normal. I'm sure the folks will be doing so in the coming days and weeks ahead. But I tell you, it's not just there in Naples feeling the impacts. We've got a lot of areas, even up into the northeast. We showed you some of the pictures out of Jacksonville. These rivers running really, really high, 30 gauges in major flood stage.
Yeah, so we don't want to say that Irma did not cause any flooding because that is the opposite of the story. Here in McClenny, Florida, the St. Mary's River has crested right at 22.04 feet, but that's where it stands right now. So it is going to slowly recede, but staying in major flood stage as we go through at least the next day or day and a half.
And you can see we're up above one of these big sort of thresholds, 20 feet at that mark. Trailers and houses along the Georgia side of the state, they're endangered. So we're 2 feet above that mark.
Right, and even the St. Mary's River Bluff Road floods at 16 feet. So we've got big problems there.
And you look at the Alafai River, this in Lithia, Florida. Look at this here. We're sitting right now at 22.57 feet. Still have a little ways to go before we start to see that slow recession here as we head on through the rest of this week.
Yeah, cresting just around 23 feet. So luckily we're not going to get to State Road 640 being covered, but at 15 feet, residents downstream of the state road, those begin to flood. So the road may not be flooding, but some of those homes are.
Coming up, we got more on Florida's recovery, especially the West Coast. Just after taking the brunt of Irma, got a live report that's coming up next.
one of those sights you just can't take your eyes away from. Firefighters carrying a baby in its carrier out of flooded waters.
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office says they rescued more than 350 people yesterday alone. And essentially today they said they were still doing a bit of this rescuing as well. So it's been a long time. These folks doing some great work there. Fortunately, ending well, getting that baby to safety.
We thank you so much for staying with us as we continue our coverage. Now the aftermath of Irma. We're done with it. We still have some rain across parts of the country, but Weather Prediction Center has issued their last advisory on the storm. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Alex Boss. Still plenty to track into aftermath of Irma. Let's get to what we know at the moment.
Yeah, 44 deaths have been attributed to the storm so far, and more than 110,000 people are still staying in shelters across Florida. 25% of homes in the Keys were destroyed. 65% of them sustained to visit Florida on Thursday. As I mentioned, we're done with advisories, but we still have the rain falling. Alex is going to show us what the remnants of Irma, as you mentioned, more of a nuisance at this point.
That's exactly what it is here for us, paling in comparison to what it was like even at this time yesterday. Really, the shield of clouds has expanded a bit, so it's covering a good bit of the country from the northeast, Great Lakes, all the way back into parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. There is the center of the circulation right now, moving to the northwest at about 20 miles per hour. So essentially now crossing up into Tennessee right now. But again, much weaker than what it was just 24 hours ago. There are some of those lighter showers. You can see those sort of rotating here across the Mississippi River Valley. Winds relatively light here for us. 5, 10, maybe up to 15 miles per hour at the high end. Birmingham, 12 mile per hour winds being reported there. In the ATL, winds out of the south right around 7 miles per hour. And again, yesterday was much worse than that. We had all kinds of power outage issues, trees down, you name it. Back into the Carolinas, also anywhere from 5, 10, close to 15 mile per hour winds, and some sporadic showers showing up here for us from the western part of the state of North Carolina, up even into the southwestern portions of Virginia. So we zoom out the picture here, show how this will play out for the next 24 hours or so. And you'll notice here as we head through time, there's your timestamp heading through tonight. More of those showers continuing to rotate here for us. Ohio Valley, back into the Tennessee Valley, heading into your Wednesday morning. Maybe a little bit of a slower ride to work it around the Nashville area with some of those showers, sort of coating the road a bit. So it could be a little wet out there for you. And that'll continue into your Wednesday, getting closer towards lunchtime here across a good chunk of Kentucky. So heads up from Louisville, back down and over towards Paducah, looking for some wet conditions there. What's steering Irma? Well, not much. You've got the jet stream here hanging out well to the north. So there's really nothing to really get it out of the way very quickly. So it's going to sort of slowly work its way on off towards the east as we head through the rest of this week. Not a whole lot of moisture for this thing to work with, so any precipitation that comes with it is going to be on the lighter side of the scale. So here's how tomorrow fares from Nashville, sliding up to Cincy, Detroit as well. There'll be some chances for some rain showers there. Then we'll move into Thursday. That area shifts a bit farther east towards that 95 corridor. So from D.C. up to New York, some rain potential there. And then into Friday, we'll see maybe even a few scattered storms getting up into New England, Boston, down to Hartford, dealing with a bit of that. Otherwise, looking pretty quiet from the Carolinas into the Tennessee Valley there. How are things shaping up in Florida? Of course, one of the areas hit hardest by Irma. Well, let's head down to St. Petersburg now. That's where we find our very own meteorologist, Chris Bruin. Chris?
Hey, Alex. Yeah, we're here in Paso Grove Beach, just south of St. Pete Beach, and I want to show you this tree behind me. It's an Australian pine, and it has fallen right on this house. Now, the good news is nothing is broken as far as the windows go. The tree did not puncture any of the windows, and the roof looks to be in good shape. It's just kind of leaning right up against it, but boy, is this tree tall. It did take out the power poles just above me. We're going to have Mark kind of pan over, and you can see the brokenness of this wooden pole and the power lines kind of leaning down. Duke Energy did give them the clear to go inside, as they did mark it safe. And the surprising thing is, even with this down power line, these houses in this little block right here do have power, although 4 out of 5 of the residents here in Pinellas County do not. Now, I want to come over here off to my right, and you can also see some of the damage as Mark zooms in on some of the siding. This has been the most of what people have been seeing. There's some shingles there off on the concrete and some siding, some fascia off towards the side of the house. But aside from that, we definitely fared very well. We do have some video from a family that did ride out the storm in downtown St. Pete, and here's what they had to say.
Yeah, Sunday afternoon it went out and had a hot night, but and then we were looking forward to getting back home for that reason. We had it apparently the whole time. A pole cracked just on that next street, which you might have seen, and but the fire department came and determined it was stable for the moment. So, and apparently one of the lines was feeding our house, and the house is on this street. So we have power 2 blocks, I think, that's about it.
And here's what one of his sons had to say along with the dad as well.
Scary at during the gusts, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of a dodge a bullet. It was scary at times, and a lot of people are kind of just exhausted from the storm. But we definitely lucked out here across the Tampa Bay area. Minor damage, still a lot of people without power, and still many businesses closed. But I do want to send it down south, where especially in Collier County and Lee County. That's where we find Justin Michaels, and here's what he had to say from Bonita Springs.
It's hard to believe we're in a comfortable residential section of Bonita Springs, Florida right now, on someone's boat going down a residential street, and you can see, as Rodney looks around, what people are dealing with in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma in this neighborhood. What we're in right now is the Imperial River. Believe it or not, this is the Imperial River. It's about a quarter mile from where we are right now. It has gone over its bounds because of water rushing out to the Gulf of Mexico. So as inland flooding was happening and torrential rains from Irma happened, they started to wanted to go to the Gulf, right? And they flooded that Imperial River basin, and this neighborhood happens to be right in the exact wrong spot for this kind of flooding. So a very tough go. To make matters even worse, huge insult to injury, this entire neighborhood, for the most part, had to deal with this 2 weeks ago. Over the course of 3 days here in Bonita Springs, just a few weeks ago, they had 15 inches of rain. Now, the flooding then was not as extensive, not as many homes, but still, this neighborhood has gotten all too used to this kind of flooding. So people have been going in and out of the neighborhood. In some parts of this neighborhood right now, the water is chest deep. We're talking 5 feet deep, 4 feet deep. So just incredibly difficult for so many people here in the aftermath of Irma. Just one of the many, many examples of the power of nature and what people are now having to live through after Hurricane Irma. Justin Michaels, Bonita Springs, Florida.
Justin, thank you so much. People dealing with the heat too, and that's why if you are in a comfortable place that you can stay in, you've got power, stay there. Let the crews work on restoring the power. Temperatures into the mid and upper 80s for many, low 90s in Miami. It feels like the mid 90s though in West Palm Beach, feels like 90 in Daytona Beach. Chance of scattered showers, thunderstorms across South Florida tomorrow. Much of the region will be on the drier side, but it's as we get into Thursday and Friday that we look at a better opportunity for more widespread scattered showers and thunderstorms across all of Florida. Even into your Saturday, good opportunity for much of the state to at least get in on some type of a shower or thunderstorm rolling through. If we do get some heavier or some stronger thunderstorms, some heavier downpours in there, we could be on the 1 to 2 inch totals. For most of the state, though, we are really looking at an inch or less as far as additional rain is concerned. But as I mentioned, you get stronger thunderstorms that could leave you with some higher totals. We've got much more coming up, including the very latest on Hurricane Jose in the Atlantic. Senior Hurricane Special Brian Norcross will have more.
This program brought to you by the UPS Store.
exclusive video coming into the Weather Channel. This from Storm Tracker Jim Eds in Big Pine Key, Florida. That was about 8 miles, or 9 miles, I should say, to the east of where the center of Irma made landfall there in the Keys Sunday morning. And Alex, when you look at scenes like this, incredible to see, nature's fury to its full extent. A lot of people luckily did not get to see this as they left the Keys.
Yes, and there was a reason to leave, no doubt about it here. You do not want to be anywhere near this kind of activity when it is going on. So thankfully, people heeded the warnings and got to safer spots, getting away from those zones.
I don't know. We're going to get, we're getting more and more video back, so we're going to be hearing from some of the folks as well. But incredible stuff from Jim Eds. Brian, you look at that, and I think, we talk about surge and how often people are really surprised at what the water will do during these storms. And you look at how quickly it's rising and how quickly it's moving.
And that was for 100 miles beyond that up the Keys and all the way around in Miami, right? Yeah. People in Miami were surprised by the surge. Here I have a shot of the Keys taken after the event on my map here. And here are the lower Keys. So there's Key West right there. That one with a little hook on it right there, that's Cudjoe Key. So the center of the circulation came over Cudjoe Key, moving to the north like that. And this is Big Pine Key here. So that's where that video was taken. So the circulation of the hurricane was like this. So everything from Cudjoe Key on up the Keys, the water was inbound from the Atlantic there. And there's a highway, of course, if you know the Keys. US 1, the overseas highway, runs right up the Keys. And kind of on the high ground that was where the railroad was back when they put the railroad there in the early part of the 20th century. And so the ocean made it up to the road, and there were refrigerators and washing machines and all this debris all across the road. And part of the road was actually kind of torn away. Now they've opened the upper Keys so people can get there, but they still can't get to the lower Keys. So the situation is actually just really terrible in the Keys. And they say there's 10,000 people still in Key West. All right, we have another hurricane out there to talk about. Here you see Hurricane Jose. It's just east of the Bahamas. It's not that far away, and normally freaked out about this. In fact, we were watching it very nervously while we were watching Irma, waiting to see what happens, because you see it's not moving very much. And when hurricanes don't move very much, they're in very light steering. The forecasts are not high confidence at all. So here's what the forecast is right now. 75 miles an hour, 987 is the pressure, moving east, away temporarily from the U.S. But then the idea is it's going to make a loop like this. It's kind of trapped out there with high pressure system moving around it. And the thinking now is that it's going to stay offshore of the U.S. Again, the only concern we have about this is that when steering is very, very light, then we just don't have as much confidence in the forecast. And yesterday, a few of the models were bringing it much closer to the East Coast. So we'll keep a little bit of a question mark about it, but we're feeling actually some confidence there. And look at this. This is interesting. This is from a scatterometer that's on a satellite, and it's like kind of like a radar in space. They send out a pulse down to the ocean, and the rougher the ocean is, the more response they get. And here's Irma over here. So there's where Irma's center was, kind of the east of Tampa Sunday night. And there you can see where the purples are, the hurricane force winds in there on both coasts of the state. And so the circulation was kind of around, well, the circulation, what am I saying? I drew it the wrong way. Around like that. That was the circulation. And look, and here's Jose, and a much smaller circulation. So the reason you only have these two stripes like this is because these satellites are not in a position over the Earth in one spot. They're actually rotating around the Earth. So as they go by, they give you a stripe. And they come around, they give you another stripe. And if you happen to get it just right, and it worked out just right, we got one over Irma and one over Jose. Both came in on Sunday night. Anyway, a pretty amazing thing. Shows you how wide the winds were in Irma. And here's Irma now. It's just this kind of mass of clouds up here. And here's the hurricane. There's Jose. Actually looks kind of like a hurricane. Looking more impressive. We'll see. Hurricane Center is thinking that it won't stay that impressive. And the reason is because the winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere are coming pretty strong out of the north. And when they do that, they don't allow the system to develop, kind of knocks the chimney over. So right now, Jose is forecast to stay offshore.
We want it to stay. All right, thanks, Brian. Plenty more to come here as we hear from Irma survivors.
Yeah, those who evacuated now face an uncertain future when they return home.
We're going to go, we think, Thursday or Friday, but a lot of it's going to depend on if we have power or not. Because there's no traffic lights, there's no gas, there's no water. It's really dangerous right now to be there because you can't drive your car even because there's no traffic lights, you know.
Our friends that we're in touch with there tell us don't come back too soon. Stay here for a few more days and hopefully they'll be able to get the power back on.
And I want to keep I-75 open for the power trucks to get down there to put the power back up. And if you're on the road, they can't get the power trucks down there.
So true.
Yeah, I hear you, sister.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you don't have to get back there, don't go. You know, a lot of times I think people think the storm moved through. All right, well, what I want to do is I want to get back home. Well, sometimes there's a lot of nothing to do back home. There's no water. You know, gas stations are still closed. There's no power. So if you're in a safe spot and you can ride it out, just ride it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Officials pleading with folks, hey, if you don't have to, don't head down there because it's just a mess. In fact, traffic still backed up. You've got 75 and 10 backed up here with a lot of folks trying to get back to where they not necessarily need to be going.
And as she mentioned, that locks up things for the power vehicles that you really want out there on the road. Want to get to the kind of wrap up of Irma. Senior Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross with us. And this one, we've been watching it for some time now, and we've got some notables for Irma.
It was just an unusual, extreme, and never before seen in some ways hurricane. We understand why it happened, we think, but it just never has happened exactly like this before. We had extra strong high pressure system, like super strong high pressure system out over the Atlantic. Not that we've never had that before, but it is unusual to have that strong and that persistent a high during the middle of hurricane season. And this is the kind of thing that in a warmer planet we expect to see. Whether this is related to the warmer planet is a whole other question, but it is one of the things that the computer models indicate. So when you have that, what you end up with is a continuous path all the way across the Atlantic without any disturbances, without any speed bumps. How unusual is it? Well, when we go back and look at all of the storms that were within 100 miles of where Irma formed out here, just to the west of the Cabo Verde Islands, they all turned north except for one. And this one was an 1893 a famous hurricane called the Sea Islands Hurricane that hit the islands outside of that killed upwards of 2,000 people. It was a horrible, horrible event. Clara Barton of the Red Cross was there trying to save people. It really kind of made her name. And this one actually went farther west, generally on that kind of track. It was that exceptional. You have to go back more than 100 years. Another way it was exceptional, of course, it was so incredibly strong for so long. 180 miles per hour or more for 45 consecutive hours. The last time we had a storm that was even close to that, it was only 18 hours in 1980, Hurricane Allen. Now, things have changed. We measure hurricanes much better now than we did in the past. Just a relatively few years, we have really excellent measurements. So they always put a question mark on the old records, but this one just seems to stunningly stand out. It also was the longest at Category 5 of anything on record, again, with the older hurricanes, like in 1932, which we know was an incredible hurricane that came over Cuba and the Bahamas that were, questions about exactly how long that was, but it was close. All right, elsewhere in the tropics, the Pacific is getting active again. We're going to start looking to the Pacific because the Atlantic is going to calm down for a little bit, although there is an area to watch out there. Here you see it. It's off of those same Cabo Verde Islands, but the pattern is very different out there now. Look at this big low pressure system up here. So it's kind of a wall that nothing is really getting by very cleanly unless it goes very far south. This one has a 10% chance of developing in the next 5 days, and you can see it's all kind of smeared out here with high wind shear there. Now, the next one downstream has a little, well, first of all, that's where that one is supposed to go, if it goes anywhere, just going to go to the north. Now, the next one downstream has a little better chance of developing because you see how much farther south it is. That one we were just looking at is up here. This one is far enough south that it could sneak under that bad weather, but it's a long way out there and no real sign of that one developing yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. All right, that's it for your little tour of the tropics. So once Jose, we're optimistic about that it's going to go out to sea, and then we can breathe in the Atlantic.
Yeah,
Keep an eye on the Pacific.
everybody gets a little bit of a break.
Yes, we all need it. All right, Brian, thanks so much indeed. We've got plenty more to track here when it comes to what's left in the aftermath of Irma. We've got live reports taking place down in the Sunshine State now, where the weather is cooperating, at least for the moment, allowing those recovery efforts to continue.
And we're also looking at southeastern states, the Carolinas, Georgia, dealing with the effects of Irma to start off the week. We'll let you know how things are faring there now. Our continuing coverage is back in just about 60 seconds.
Our number one concern today is with saving lives. Personnel are already on the front lines.
Been destroyed and 65% have major damage. Basically every house in the Keys was impacted in some way or another.
And for the residents in some of the places hardest hit by Hurricane Irma, the recovery will take weeks, if not months, to get back to business as usual. Our coverage continues tonight. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson.
And I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace. Irma, no doubt, way down compared to where it was yesterday at this time. But the impact widespread and still being felt at this moment.
You are right. Here's what we know right now. 44 deaths have been attributed to the storm so far. More than 110,000 people are still in shelters across the state of Florida. 25% of homes in the Keys, they've been destroyed. 65% have sustained major damage. And President Trump is scheduled to visit Florida on Thursday. Alex, as you mentioned, at this point, it is the remnants of Irma, more nuisance than anything. And that is what we like to see. Definitely has lost its punch.
And no doubt has, which is really a good news here for us as we look at the last advisory here coming on in from this post-tropical system Irma. Pressure at 1,004, moving to the northwest at 20 miles per hour. And the center of the circulation is basically right here into the western portions of Tennessee. But really look at the outreach of the clouds. The shield is stretching from essentially the northeast up through the Great Lakes region, back into sections of the Midwest as well. So still pretty large area seeing cloud cover and even some shower activity, although much lighter than what we were dealing with yesterday. The shower activity is much less, and the winds are also much less as well in terms of the strength. We see 7-mile-per-hour winds around Shreveport, 12 around the Little Rock area, gusting a little bit more, though, up over 20 miles per hour here, the latest observation there. Over towards Birmingham and Atlanta, 8-mile-per-hour winds, and some of those spotty showers sort of rotating. You can see them sort of spinning here in that counterclockwise fashion. Then we head a little bit farther east into the Carolinas. Generally 5 to 10 mile per hour winds is what we're seeing. Wilmington right in that range, Raleigh as well. And you see some of these spotty showers here as well through North Carolina into the state of Virginia. But all in all, things are pretty light in terms of the rain. And that should be the case for the rest of the night heading into tomorrow. Let's take you into the future. Radar into future mode. There's your timestamp. We'll start you off 7 o'clock this evening. And there are those showers continuing to rotate here across the Ohio Valley, Tennessee Valley, parts of the deep south. Pretty light there for you. Northern Mississippi, that quiets down heading into your Wednesday morning. But here across the Nashville area, still seeing some rain there, and that'll continue into your rush hour. A few more showers developing here into southern portions of Mississippi, heading closer towards your lunchtime. But there's really nothing to kick Irma out, or what's left of Irma out. The jet stream way to the north there, basically right along the U.S.-Canadian border. So what's left of Irma is just going to sort of meander and slowly begin to work its way on off towards the east as we move in towards the latter part of our week. So that'll bring with it some showers, although light because there's not a whole lot of moisture that's around. So here's tomorrow. Shower potential here for you. Indianapolis, Detroit, working down towards the Louisville area in Kentucky. Then by Thursday, Mid-Atlantic north is where you'll have the best chance for some rain. Can't rule out a few rumbles of thunder out there either. And then into Friday, looking like New England will be your best opportunity for seeing some rain showers and a few storms, including in and around Boston. All right, let's head farther south where the recovery continues. We head to St. Petersburg now with our very own meteorologist, Chris Bruin. Chris?
Hey, Alex. Yeah, we're here in St. Pete Beach, also Paso Girl Beach, just to the west of Tampa Bay, right on the Gulf of Mexico. And boy, is it beautiful. They refer to this as the sunset capital of the state of Florida. A beautiful night, but what you don't see is the heat. And I can tell you, it is hot. And for people that don't have power, that is what we're concerned about now. It may be business as usual. The storm didn't hit as hard, which is great news. I want to talk about the surge because that was one of the big worries here in St. Pete Beach and throughout Tampa Bay. The water did come up the dock, and you can get a look at the sand that was brought up by the water all the way towards the street. It went actually up to the seawall here, which is just a couple feet from me at the edge of this parking lot. You can see the seawall, so the water kind of made it over the dunes and then right up against the seawall. And that's about the extent as high as the water got. So all these houses were spared any water damage. In fact, we did talk to one of the owners, and coming up, we're going to walk through her house as she just got back from evacuating for Irma. She fled to Indiana, and then we got the first glimpse into the lower level of her house to assess the damage. And coming up, we'll have the latest footage on that. But here in St. Pete Beach, a lot of houses still boarded up. Many people still are at their evacuations, wondering when they want to come back. Keep in mind, there are still several places that are closed, businesses, schools here in Pinellas County will stay closed through Monday. So it's going to be a slow process as far as the powers go, but we did get spared big time here throughout Tampa Bay with just minor structural damage and a lot of trees down. But I do want to send it up to Maria LaRosa. She's in Stockbridge, Georgia, just south of Atlanta. And Atlanta got hit hard by Irma as well. What's the latest there in Stockbridge, Maria?
Well, we'll start with the good news. Just coming on the ride here, many intersections with malfunctioning stoplights. Where I am right now, that was the case as well. 75 behind me. That has been restored. So we're starting to see a lot of the power back on for Georgia, but a lot of Florida residents are heading back. So we find ourselves looking at 75 northbound and 75 southbound. I have to say, I'm okay with showing you not much, but don't let that fool you. The brake lights are just beyond the trees. Anyone making their way down, they're running into a long journey, about 200 more miles from this point to get to the Florida border. We got to talk with a few people making that journey, and after days of being evacuees, they are ready to be Floridians again.
It's really slow. There's an awful lot of traffic out there. It's worse going back than it was coming down.
Absolutely.
Coming down, I think, because we left a little bit later, there was less traffic because we left a little bit later.
Everybody on the road, all the businesses, every single place we went to, very friendly, courteous, kind.
Yeah, everybody's been wonderful.
Oh, we even had a flat tire on one of the cars, and somebody came up, and they were from the Department of Transportation. They actually changed the tire, jacked the vehicle up, changed it, did everything, said no charge, and it was my daughter's car. And, she was very hot. She gave him a hug, and that's all it took.
Yeah, they were really
fabulous.
great. Yeah.
Traffic was horrendous, though.
It is horrendous in spots for sure. But the good news is that once we get everyone to Florida, the interstates are all open, the turnpikes as well, that according to the Florida governor, but also recommending still make sure that you're checking with your home officials to make sure that they're allowing people back in still. And Florida DOT saying the Florida Turnpike, the rest areas there, the service areas are stocked with fuel and ready for you to fuel up as long as it's just for the vehicles. So no filling up on those gas cans that you see a lot of people on the roof, storing on the roof here for the long journey ahead. But it is beginning, even some sunshine out here, Alex.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody really happy to see that as well. Maria, thank you so much. Across the Sunshine State, they've had it. They've also had the heat. You heard Chris Bruin mention it has been very warm and very uncomfortable for people who don't have power. Heat index values still into the 90s for West Palm Beach as well as Miami. Now, tomorrow, best chance of showers and thunderstorms will be focused into places like West Palm Beach and Miami. But as we get to the end of the week, Thursday and again on Friday, better chance of more widespread showers and thunderstorms all across Florida. So we've got to watch for that. Even Jacksonville, Tallahassee getting in on the wet weather to end the week. Saturday, more of the same. The good news is, for the most part, we're not expecting big rainfall totals. Much of the state of Florida will come in at less than an inch once we look at the rainfall through the start of the weekend. However, if you do get a few thunderstorms or one particularly prolific rainmaker of a thunderstorm, you could see those 1 to 2+ inch totals. Could see that as well into places like Orlando. And we've got brand new exclusive video to show you as we return in just a few. Irma making landfall across the Florida Keys. More exclusive video coming into the Weather Channel. This from storm tracker Jim Eds in Big Pine Key, Florida.
Yeah, Big Pine Key, that's about 9 miles to the east where the center of Irma made landfall in the lower Keys early on Sunday morning. And you can clearly see this is an area that saw some big time impacts. Some of the earlier videos showing you some of the storm surge coming in. Now you see the incredible winds that were whipping around there. Again, all thanks to powerful Irma.
Amazing stuff. Scary stuff, too. Makes you glad that so many residents did heed those evacuation warnings. Want to bring in senior hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. So, Brian, we look at that. We know what Irma did across the Caribbean. So Jose, following on its heels, was really making you nervous. And we still watch it out there. And I think people across Florida are saying, is this something we have to worry about?
People are calling me all the time going, I just heard about Jose. What's going on with Jose? The good thing is Jose is not a big threat. And by the way, this video taken by Jim Eds is about 25 miles up the Keys toward Miami from Key West. So that's how close Key West got to getting the absolute worst of it. Not that they didn't get nailed. In fact, they still don't have services in Key West, so they don't want anybody trying to get to Key West. They don't have any power. They don't have any water. They don't have anything there. They haven't been able to get the grocery stores open. They haven't been able to do anything. They hope to have it by later this week. The mayor put out a statement here late today. So incredible scenes there from Big Pine Key. That was ground zero. That Cudjoe Key, just a few miles down the road there, was the center of the eye, but this is where that eye wall came ashore here on one of the larger lower keys, Big Pine Key. Wow. Okay, here's the latest now on Hurricane Jose off there to the east of the Bahamas. Not that far. There's the Florida Keys there. It's not that far. In fact, it's annoyingly close, but it's moving away very slowly, but it's going to do a little loop-de-loop here, moving east at 7 miles an hour, estimated to be a Category 1 hurricane. And here's why it's not strengthening, because when you first glance at it, you go, wow, it's got a round shape, but look at this kind of darker area. See this going in there, wrapping around? That's dry air going into the center. And just like with Irma, it was the dry air that kept us from having the big storm surge on the west coast of the state because the backside of the hurricane got dried out. Well, here, the dry air is keeping it from intensifying significantly. But here's the forecast from the models, and you notice that they almost all take it well out to sea now. Now, yesterday, they were bringing it a lot closer. We have a little question mark on the whole thing because when the steering currents are light, there's much more uncertainty about where exactly it's going. And you can't help but notice the UK Met model here, which in Irma was an excellent model. It was the first model to come farther west as the storm kept migrating west. But for whatever reason, it has freaked out tonight and is heading toward Florida. We don't believe that's going to happen. We don't believe there's really any chance of that happening, but it really does take your breath away just for a second. Anyway, just because it's moving slowly, we'll keep an eye on it to make sure it behaves. And here it is out here, rotating around. And imagine the winds are rotating this way, so the energy is rotating toward the coast. It was aggravating the storm surge yesterday, that big storm surge that did the damage there in Charleston. It was aggravating it along with the winds from Irma. Well, it's still putting energy there, and because of that, we have rip current risk on the whole coast from Central Florida on up to Cape Hatteras. So got to watch that if you're thinking about the beach, but it's good to stay out of the water anyway.
Absolutely.
Not now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Brian. Coming up, we got plenty more to track with the aftermath of Irma, including the recovery efforts in the Sunshine State.
cleanup process here in southwest Florida, but the floodwaters remain. You look at the view in Bonita Springs area earlier today. That's not far from Fort Myers.
Yeah, wow, water's still really high out there. The good thing, you have to look at the glass half full. The weather at least cooperating here with the brighter skies today.
Yeah, that's where we find Jay Gray. He's in Naples, mentioning that sunshine out there. But Jay, a lot of people still without power, and you get that Florida sunshine, that heat makes it awfully uncomfortable while you wait.
Yeah, the sun setting here, the day ending, but that's really the only thing that's ending here right now. The work just beginning, and a lot of people out in it. It was very hot, very humid here today. Alex, good to talk to you guys. We're at the staging area, the command center in Naples, where crews from around the country have been moving in and out throughout the day. They are working on recovery around the clock, not only here, but across the entire state. The images from the lower keys are horrific. The islands and most everything on them looked like they were thrown from a blender, shredded and scattered for miles.
This is the worst storm that we've ever been through. I've never left before. I might consider leaving after this one.
FEMA says that 90% of the homes in the Keys were either damaged or destroyed, and the impact of the storm stretches across the entire state, from the barrier islands through the Jacksonville area, where flooding will continue to be an issue for days.
This is potentially a week-long event, with water and the tides coming and going.
Millions across the strike zone are still without power, and in the hardest hit areas, it could be 10 days or more before it's restored.
This storm essentially covered the entire state of Florida, and we've never had that before.
The damage is overwhelming. Stunned survivors working to clear away debris and clean up what they can.
Getting people back to normal life as fast as possible. So we got a lot of work to do.
It is a monumental task, an effort to bring back paradise in the Sunshine State. Yeah, let's end on some good news here. Power's starting to come back in some of the areas of Naples, not all the way back, obviously, and that may take a while in some of the harder hit neighborhoods. A grocery store was open today, a gas station as well. There's starting to be some movement in and about the city as people get in and assess what's going on. So they've begun the process in earnest. I think the shock wearing off for a lot of people, though, I think, guys, they're realizing this is going to take some time.
Yeah, you mentioned the shock. I would imagine a lot of folks really surprised what they saw when they returned home to maybe a property that they didn't necessarily recognize.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And others who have an old tree toppled over onto their home or things that were there are now gone, carried away by the wind or the water. Yeah, a lot of people very surprised, especially when a week earlier they thought this would be on the other side of the state.
Now, Drake, a quick last question for you. How's the traffic getting into Naples? We've been hearing about how traffic is backed up along 75.
It's been okay. There are a ton of traffic lights down, so you have to be very cautious when you drive here, but most people are. You see some drivers that are clearly frustrated. There's so much going on here. But overall, the traffic itself hasn't been that bad. You have to make sure you look both ways.
Yeah, good advice. A lot of those lights out, that leads to problems. But, I think a lot of people just really tired. They've been through a lot and want to get home.
Yep.
Jay, thank you so much. It's been a real exhausting and busy week for a lot of these people. All right, let's talk about flooding. We talk about the wind damage. Jay mentioning a lot of stuff around or as parts of people's homes carried away by the wind and the water, but we still have to deal with the rivers that are in flood stages.
Yeah, we had a decent amount of rain. It wasn't Harvey rain, but enough rain to lead to some of these rivers running high. 30 gauges in total here that are in major flood stage.
Yeah, and across the eastern side of the state, which may not have seen the center, but still saw some really big effects. The St. Mary's River, that has crested right at the current level. It's going to begin to go down. It did stay below that record of 24 feet, but we are above that 20-foot mark, and that leads to homes being endangered.
Yeah, exactly. So thankfully that's going to be moving in the downward trend there. You head to Lithia, Florida here, where we're got a little bit less than a foot to go, but still rising, and then you'll start to see that coming down, but still again in major flood stage.
Yeah, and once you're in that flood stage at or above 15 feet, you got the residents downstream of State Road 640. Those begin to flood, so problems along the rivers as well. getting it done. And you got to get it done. Everybody's pitching in the cleanup efforts here in Miami-Dade County. Even the devout, this nun with a chainsaw helping to clear away some downed trees. I love it. Everybody's helping out. It's not something you see every day.
You do not see this every day, that is for sure. But wow, yeah, as you said, you got to clean up the mess, and that is taking place. And you see the blue skies, Mother Nature allowing that to take place. It'd be one thing if it were another stormy day, but thankfully that was not the case there in and around Miami.
All right, well, thanks for staying with us. So we've got continuing coverage of the aftermath.
And I'm Alex Wallace. A lot to track here with Irma. Still impacts being felt at this hour. A lot of folks trying to get back to their homes, but traffic is an issue out there, and a lot of folks still even in shelters as well. Alex, you got a bit more on what we know now.
Right, 44 deaths attributed to Irma so far. More than 110,000 people still in shelters just across Florida. We've got FDOT reporting heavy traffic on I-10 East and I-75 South as folks try to return home. Residents are urged to not return home, though, until officials say it's okay. Keep in mind, a lot of these areas are still without power. They've got water issues. Street lights are out, so you may return to home, but it may not be a comfortable place to stay, Alex.
Yeah, that's a very good point indeed. Waiting to allow things to get back to some form of normalcy in those areas. Let's get the latest on what's left of Irma, and right now it is basically a post-tropical Irma, the last advisory on this thing being issued. So we're going to be starting to put this thing to bed, moving to the northwest at 20 miles per hour. Right now, the center of the circulation located here in the western parts of Tennessee. But you can see the expansion of the clouds all the way across from basically northern Louisiana up through the Midwest, getting up into the Great Lakes region and even stretching out into portions of the Northeast. That cloud shield does exist there. Now, underneath those clouds, a little bit of rain, and not a ton, and certainly the intensity is much less than what it was yesterday, and the winds are also much less as well. Generally looking at 5 to 10 mile per hour winds. At the higher extent, seeing a few spots that are getting up to around 15 miles per hour. But there is a Little Rock, 12 mile per hour sustained winds. Gusts are there getting up over 20 from Birmingham to Atlanta, 5 to 10 mile an hour winds. You can see some of those showers that are around, sort of rotating around here in that counterclockwise fashion. And that general area will stay a little showery here for the rest of tonight. You head a little bit farther east, sporadic showers here, western North Carolina into Virginia. And again, our winds are pretty light, anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour in those areas. So this is how it plays out. We'll put it into future mode here, moving through the rest of this evening. There are some of those showers. You continue to see that counterclockwise flow. Showers from Nashville back over towards the Memphis area, northern parts of Alabama, around the Huntsville area. You'll see some rain showers as well, moving beyond the midnight time frame. Then heading into tomorrow morning, rush hour, trying to get back to work, school for some of these areas. Could be a little wet here right along the Ohio River, then getting up towards that 70 corridor there, right across Indiana. Especially the whole southern half of Indiana could see some of that rain heading in towards your lunchtime. Might not be the brightest of times. So there's a jet stream here, essentially right along the U.S.-Canadian border. That would be one of the things that could kick this thing out of the way, but it's not going to do so because it's so far to the north. So Irma's just going to sort of meander and drift slowly on off towards the east as we head on through the rest of the week. It's not a lot of moisture for this thing to work with, so the rain that we do see is going to be on the lower end of the scale in terms of the intensity here for us, but still, again, slow movement on off towards the east, taking that rain threat with it. So here's tomorrow. You got Detroit seeing a few showers. Indy, we mentioned you, back down towards Cincy. Tennessee Valley as well, seeing some rain. Then by Thursday, moving your way through the upper Ohio Valley towards that 95 corridor now. A chance for some rain from D.C. to Baltimore, Philly, New York, and then eventually getting up towards Boston for your Friday. And can't rule out now as we end off the week with some of the rain, maybe even a few rumbles of thunder as well. But again, really putting Irma to rest. Let's head farther south, though, now into Florida. St. Petersburg is where we find our very own Chris Bruin. And Chris, an area that certainly saw some of the impacts from Irma. How are things going at this hour?
Yeah, well, you know, the weather is beautiful. One thing, though, it's hot. So a lot of people don't have power, and that's what you're going to be welcome back to. You may have minor damage, especially here throughout the Tampa Bay area. We definitely dodged a bullet with this one. And one area particularly, we're here in St. Pete Beach. The beach is actually just off to my right. Gorgeous sunset, but the storm surge was one of the big concerns. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as if it were to have hugged the coast. But the house behind me, a beautiful house, the owners evacuated to Indiana. for their grandson's wedding, and they decided to stay longer, not to have to come back home to deal with Irma. And here's what she reacted to when she first got home. We got to actually go inside as she first assessed the what could have been a much worse inside first floor. Take a look at what the assessment was. Okay, so we walked in the door with Diane, and they just got home, and here's what they found. Again, we walked in, thankfully no damage, and they have power, which actually just came on within the last few hours. That was their first floor. Cork did a flood, so they usually have the garage and then their first floor with the main living quarters up a little higher. We went in the garage, and again, free from any sand and no water damage. In fact, the house sustained very little damage, and even the landscape around the house, it was in very good shape. So we really dodged a bullet here in St. Petersburg, Tampa, and throughout Tampa Bay, but boy, was it a close call. People that did say it did sound like a freight train. We had gusts well over 80 miles per hour, and keep in mind there are a few people that have power, but the majority of people still in the Tampa Bay area are without power tonight. And if you are wanting to come back, keep that in mind. It is hot and the bugs are out, so you may open the door to have some breeze, but you're going to be dealing with the bugs. That's what Florida's known for. So give the crews time to get the powers restored. We have crews from all over the country and even Canada. I saw them headed over the Sunshine Skyway yesterday here towards St. Petersburg. But we're going to send things up to Jacksonville, where Reynolds Wolf had a look earlier at what was going on there.
You know, it's one thing watching a weather story unfold from radar or satellite imagery or really on the ground level, but seeing it from high above is an entirely different scenario. Well, I had that opportunity today. As you take a look at this video, I met up with Governor Rick Scott. We climbed aboard a Black Hawk helicopter complement to the United States Army, took off, and from the thousands of feet up, the eagle eye view was one that was troubling. There's a lot of damage in many spots caused by that historic storm surge that we had along the St. Johns River Basin and even out towards the coast. Docks damage, boats misplaced, some boats actually in the middle of streets. A lot of structural damage, many trees down, and I just think about what trouble power crews are going to have trying to clear those roadways first, then put power back to so many people. During my conversation with Governor Scott, he mentioned that in this area, Jacksonville alone, roughly 60% of the population without power. He's asking people statewide, regional-wide, just to be patient. Knows it's very, very difficult. Also, as a wrap up, he's also telling people that happen to be out of state who evacuated, take your time getting back because your communities may still be without power, not for a matter of days, but perhaps in some cases, even weeks. Reporting from Jacksonville, Florida, I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf.
All right, leaving you with a pretty sunset. And Reynolds, thanks so much for the report. Sun coming back out, of course, blue sky, everybody wants to see that. And we want things to stay quiet across parts of the southeast, not just into Florida, but also plenty of downed trees and problems into the state of Georgia. Of course, we had the big issues yesterday in Charleston. Now no rain on the radar across South Carolina. It is warm, and we have been referencing that in terms of all the people without power across Florida. So, you would wish the temperatures would stay down a bit because those heat indices in the 90s, that makes for a tough go while you're waiting for the power to be restored. Tomorrow, chance of showers, thunderstorms across South Florida. Much of the state of Florida, though, will be staying dry on Wednesday. It's Thursday, Friday that offer up a little better opportunity for rain showers across the board. So they'll be scattered. Not everybody gets wet each day, but the chance will be there. And even into the start of the weekend, we'll hold on to that opportunity for at least some scattered showers and some thunderstorms. So something to watch for as we move forward with our recovery forecast. Rainfall to come for most an inch or less. You get a few thunderstorms or one very soggy thunderstorm with a big downpour. That'll leave you in that 1 to 2 inch total, more likely than not. In Naples, spotty thunderstorms Wednesday and Thursday, your better chance coming Friday and into Saturday. So you've got 2 more days with more dry time than not. In Charleston, you will be staying dry with those temps in the mid to upper 80s as we finish off the week and also start off your weekend. 87 your high on Saturday. Well, coming up, we are going to give you the very latest on Hurricane Jose in the Atlantic, and of course more on the recovery efforts underway across parts of Florida and the Southeast this evening as people are returning to their homes. But I want to leave you with this beautiful sunset. you are looking at more exclusive video coming into the Weather Channel from Storm Tracker Jim Edds in Big Pine Key, Florida.
Yeah, Big Pine Key, that's about 9 miles to the east of where the center of Irma made landfall. Then in the lower Keys early on Sunday morning. Just incredible scenes here showing you what you'd be dealing with if you were still there during the time of Irma making its way on through.
Yeah, we're getting a look at all of these. No, absolutely. This just goes to show you the surge, the wind, the rain, all of the dangers that come with a storm like Irma.
All right, well, we want to bring in our senior hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. He's got more on what is out there. Of course, we're saying goodbye to Irma now. And Brian, we were thinking Jose lurking out there could potentially pose an impact to the U.S. How's that looking at this hour?
Yeah, we were worried about it, actually, while that Irma business was going on. We're less worried about it tonight, but we're not 100% sure. Here's why. 75-mile-an-hour hurricane out there. The atmospheric conditions are not ideal. Also, it's moving so slowly that it's kind of churning up the ocean and pulling up some of the cool under the ocean surface, so that's not helping it and keeping it under control to some degree. 987, the estimated pressure. So the thinking is it's going to move to the east and then come around and come back to the west and then move kind of north. Now, yesterday, some of the models were bringing it closer to the U.S., had us a little nervous. But the bottom line is when systems are kind of moving slowly and don't have significant steering currents and drifting around, the forecasts are less certain. So we're keeping a little bit of a question mark on it. But the trend in the models today is definitely offshore. So we feel a little good about that. Look at this view. This was from a scatterometer, it's called. It's like a radar in space on a satellite that's zipping around the Earth. So you get these passes over the Earth, and then it comes around and it passes over the Earth again. And here you see Irma. And look at the winds here. The winds in Irma were going like this, and the purples were the strongest winds covering coast to coast in the state of Florida. When it went through last night, you see a little bit stronger offshore of the west coast because the center was closer to Tampa than it was over across the state to Melbourne or someplace like that. And also over here is Jose. Notice how much smaller Jose's circulation is than Wilma's. Jose is a small hurricane. Wilma was a giant hurricane. And so they come in all flavors and sizes. And that's why we say the way hurricanes hit are always different. There's so many different aspects to it. Here's the satellite picture as the sun is going down, which I don't know why it's doing that because I thought I fixed that. But in any case, the reason that it's not intensifying out there is because in the upper levels of the atmosphere, we have strong winds blowing over top of it. And this is like a top that has winds blowing on it. So it's trying to tilt it over all the time. And it can't really get itself going. It's also injecting dry air into the circulation. So as long as those strong winds are there and they are forecast to be there to one degree or the other, the Jose is not expected to intensify. But here's the European model that was by far the best model in Irma, and it makes the loop and keeps Jose all the way offshore. So good news there. And when we look at the wide view of the Atlantic, here you see Jose here, and notice you have these big dips in the jet stream out here. So with Irma, we had this big high pressure system sitting there, and it made a perfect path all the way across the Atlantic. Very unusual. Now the Atlantic is all chopped up. So we're going to go into a lull in Atlantic activity. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. That is just what the doctor ordered, I think, for a lot of folks, not just here, but really across the entire Caribbean. All right, we've got much more still to come as our coverage continues.
Our home was actually built in the 40s and rebuilt in the 70s, and it's a very old home. It's wood. We're on stilts, and we thought that we wouldn't have a home. We didn't think it's never flooded like this before. I've actually lived in this home my whole life, 16 years. It's the only home I really know. So it's really emotional, sad. Don't want to see it go. A lot of memories, finding pictures and everything from this home. Sad. Sad to see your neighborhood like this, and sad to see people walking in chest-deep water to just carry their valuables out of their homes. It's really sad.
Sad for sure. And we talked about how this was the case here in Florida, where a lot of folks have just not experienced a hurricane, certainly of this magnitude, in so many years. And really, again, sad to see how folks are having to try to pick up the pieces at this time.
Yeah, especially when they return to the home, as she said, you know, the one you once knew, and see what it's going to take to get back to that point. All, unfortunately, a result of what was a very powerful Hurricane Irma. And senior hurricane specialist Brian Norcross is here with kind of a recap, you know, a lot of notables with this system.
Really, really an unusual system, you know, but when hurricanes go by in Florida, not always, but quite often the weather is quite good behind them. And after all that horrible business in southeast Florida, in the Miami area yesterday, take a look at last night. I just wanted to show this to you if you haven't seen it. Take a look at my computer there. And yes, it's a beautiful sunset. That's Miami, called the Magic City, on the other side of Biscayne Bay. You're looking for South Beach and you say, wow, that's really amazing. And look at the construction there, and just wait for it, because it even gets better than that after the sun goes below the horizon and it just lights up the sky. Take a look at the beautiful sunset there. And by the way, those cranes, one of those cranes that failed was on those buildings over there in an area called Edgewater in Miami, and they're trying to deal with that over there tonight. All right, now here's the story and what made Irma such an incredible system. There's an extra strong high pressure system out here, extra strong. So we measure these things all the time. We know what is average for a high, and this one was way above average. We also had a way above average low pressure system over here. Well, what this kind of permanent high did is provide a path across the Atlantic, and Irma happened to form in the right place to take advantage of that, and there it came. Now, is that usual? Well, since it's extra strong, no, we don't get extra strong things all the time, but it's really unusual. In fact, in the whole record book going back to 1851, there's only one. Now, this says 1870. The record book actually goes to 1851. Of course, we have question marks about what was out here back then, but we pretty much know what was over here back to the middle of the 19th century, and there's only one. In 1893, the great Sea Islands hurricane, Category 3, that hit near Savannah, hit the islands there and drowned nearly 2,000 people. That's the estimate, no idea for sure. But only the next one was all these years later, way more than 100 years later, and it was Irma, to make it all the way across the Atlantic from that location. And here's a way that we can talk about how unusual it is in terms of the energy of the storm. It's by a quantity called ACE, accumulated cyclone energy, and what you do is you take how strong is the storm times the time period that it is that strong. So the weaker it is, the less ACE it generates. The stronger it is for the longer time, the more ACE it generates. And of all the hurricanes in the record book, Irma came in second, 67.5. In a whole season, there's only plus or minus 100 ACE points. And Irma was way more than that, just pretty incredible. Elsewhere across the tropics, here's what we've got going. In the Pacific, there are three areas. This is a tropical depression. It's not expected to intensify very much, moving off to the west. Right behind it is a system that has a very good chance of intensifying. It's going to move to the west, and then another one, and we're going to keep an eye on these two that are closer in. There is Hurricane Jose, we told you about, expected to stay offshore. Not totally 100% on that, but probably about 90% or so. And then the area to watch over here in the eastern Atlantic. So this is just in this kind of disturbed area here. If you notice up to the north, there's a big dip here and a big low pressure system up there. That's providing bad winds over this. So National Hurricane Center is not not thinking very much of it at this point, thinking a 10% chance of development. And with this flow here coming out of the southwest, the thinking is if it were to develop into anything, it would move up to the north and really not be a threat. But the one behind it is something that we're going to have to pay attention to at least halfway, because it's lower. Remember that this one up here is kind of on line with the Cape Verde Islands, which today are the Cabo Verde Islands, that Irma originated in this general area right in here. So it just turns out that the whole pattern in the Atlantic has changed. So this one is a no-go, but this one here is lower. Now, it doesn't have any real spin with it yet, but it's at a lower latitude, so it's going to move on across the Atlantic for a bit, and we'll see if these unfavorable winds out here are going to interfere with that or not. So anyway, once again, I leave you with the sunset. I could look at this all night.
Hey, I could look at that all day.
Yes.
It is kind of much better than you look at, Irma's wrath. We've seen all these pictures of devastation,
right.
and as you pointed out, nice to see and remember sometimes in all the trouble that we've got, the sun will come out again.
Yes. And it really was a fitting end to a really bad day, not in Miami and, of course, all over Florida.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. And we're going to leave you with this, but we'll be back in 60 seconds. For residents in some of the places hardest hit by Hurricane Irma, the recovery will take weeks, if not months, to get back to business as usual. Our coverage continues tonight. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson.
And I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace. Yeah, the impact's still being felt widespread, not just Florida, but we've got it into parts of the Carolinas. You got it into Georgia as well. Here's what we know now.
All right, more than 47 people now. We have seen more people, unfortunately, die as a result of Hurricane and Tropical Storm Irma. 3 more confirmed deaths in Orange County, Florida. More than 110,000 people are still in shelters across the Sunshine State. FDOT says there's heavy traffic on I-10 East and I-75 South as people try to return home. Officials are pleading for residents, though, to not return home until local officials have confirmed it is okay to do so. Alex, the Weather Prediction Center has issued their last advisory, so we've closed the book on what was the tropical entity of Irma. Still have some rain across parts of the country, though, tonight.
Yeah, light rain, but essentially, if we didn't tell you this was the remnants of Irma, you would have no idea what's going on, just a little shower moving on by. So saying goodbye to this thing in terms of the current rain issues and wind issues, which is good news, but of course, as we've talked about, the recovery efforts trying to get back to normal is going to be quite some time. But it's moving now to the west-northwest, or to the northwest, right around 20 miles per hour. There's the center of the circulation, but really we've got the cloud cover that stretches all the way from parts of the northeast through the Great Lakes, Midwest, even back down into parts of the southern plains, seeing some of the outer cloud shield stretching there as well into parts of Texas. Right now, some of these lighter showers continuing to sort of rotate here in this counterclockwise fashion. Pretty light activity. Occasional yellow area shows up here, the southeast portions of Missouri. So maybe a little bit moderate rain with that. But for the most part, light shower, more like drizzle. And even the winds very much lighter than what they were yesterday. Now in that 5 to 10 mile an hour range. Some cases getting a little stronger, close to 15 at times. Then we head a little bit farther on off towards the east. Here into North Carolina, very spotty showers showing up here as well. Very, very light. And the winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Raleigh right now reporting 6 mile an hour winds down towards the Wilmington area. Also right around 6 miles per hour. So we'll move through the rest of tonight with the same general feel of things, with these showers continuing here across the Mississippi Valley, Tennessee Valley, Ohio Valley as well, continuing through the midnight hour. Light showers approaching Nashville for you and heading into the morning. Could see some rain and maybe impacting you for your rush hour. It won't be a big time impact, but just enough to sort of glaze over the roads to make you slow down just a tad there. But beyond that, slow drifting to the east will be the rain by the end of the week. The northeast sees some of those showers. All right, let's head a little bit farther south now to the St. Petersburg area there in the Florida. Our very own Chris Bruin is there. And Chris, I tell you, one of the lasting images that I got a chance to see there out of the Tampa area was the bay essentially drained of the water. Really an amazing thing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had more of a negative surge than a positive one, which we are so grateful for here in the Tampa Bay area. We're right on the edge of St. Pete Beach, Paso Grill, just south of St. Petersburg, and it's a little west of Tampa. Gorgeous sunset behind me. Now, some folks do have power, but the majority of Pinellas County residents don't. If you look off towards the distance, you can see some of the street lights are out, but others are on. So it's really hit and miss. Your house may have it, and then the house across the street may not. So it's going to take some time for the power to get restored. That's really been the major issues here across the Tampa Bay area, and of course some palm fronds. But I have some guests, some very special guests. We've got I'm going to try and get these right. Nathan, Maddie, and Henry, and Carter here, and they are hurricane survivors. You guys rode out the storm. Tell me what it was like. Of course, we're going to start with Maddie first, ladies first.
Well, at first, it was really cool that the storm was laid out all in front of us, but as it got later into the night, it started the wind started picking up, and it just started getting really reckless in a way. So
very much so. Were you scared at all?
I was very scared.
And when did the power go out?
The power went out a few times throughout the night, but it always would turn back on back where we were. So
that's a blank for you.
It was nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking. Have you ever been in anything like that before?
No, first hurricane.
All right. What about you, Henry?
It was pretty scary.
Have you ever ridden out a hurricane before?
No, not a major one like this.
Will you stay for another one?
Yes.
Yes. Oh wow, brave soul right there. And then what about you?
It got scary when I heard the wind whistling against the windows, but everything was fine. No broken glass or anything. No lives lost, so it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
Exactly. All right, we definitely dodged a bullet here. We're counting our blessings across St. Petersburg and Clearwater and the Tampa Bay area. Now, Maria, I know Irma headed up that way as well. You're in Stockbridge. What's the latest? And I know trees down was the biggest issue there in Georgia.
Absolutely. We had hundreds of thousands without power. That's slowly coming back on board, but a lot of people are hitting the road now, heading in your direction, back home to places like Florida. Behind me, we have I-75. You can see the brake lights. That is southbound. And just over the last hour, it was moving really nicely. And then we heard that there was an accident where the express lane came together with I-75, and a truck driver here by the exit told us that perhaps as many as 5 cars involved, and now beginning to see, unfortunately, the result of the backup there. They're at exit 221. Here we're at 224. So on top of all the anxiety of a ride home now, there's, of course, so many people feeling the anxiety of not knowing what they're going home to. And we talked to a few people experiencing just that.
Well, we tried to get back yesterday, but then we couldn't because of the curfew. They wouldn't let us go back into Florida until today. They lifted up, so now we're heading back home, finally, with no light, no water, no sewer. I don't know what we're gonna do.
And And but also, by the way, Governor Deal here in Georgia also lifted the evacuation order. And so a lot of Georgians that evacuated the coast are also making their way back home. So it is a long journey, a long night ahead for so many headed back home after Irma. Alex?
All right, Maria, thank you so much. I know traffic, not what those folks want. A lot of people tired, really want to get home. It's really been a long week for a lot of people. Let's look at the recovery forecast across the state of Florida. Right now, temperatures are still into the 80s, upper 80s in Miami. Feels like the low 90s. So, of course, heat, a story when you're talking about a lot of people waiting for their power to be restored. Tomorrow, another hot one with a chance of showers and thunderstorms, especially across the southern part of Florida. Thursday and Friday, those showers, thunderstorms begin to be a little bit more widespread. Not everybody gets wet every day, but a better chance across the peninsula of more widespread showers and thunderstorms even into the start of the weekend. Most places, though, looking at an inch or less of rain. Coming up, we've got brand new exclusive video to show you as Irma made landfall in the Florida Keys.
Around this end, Jim.
There you have it, some more exclusive video coming into the Weather Channel. This from Storm Tracker Jim Eds, shooting this in Big Pine Key, Florida.
Yeah, Big Pine Key, that's about 9 miles to the east of where the center of Irma made landfall in the Lower Keys. early on Sunday morning, and you can clearly see it was not an easy situation to be going through there. There's more aftermath footage showing you. Look at these boats just piled up and strewn in areas where they typically would not be found.
Yeah, incredible stuff. You look at the power of the water and the wind, and then the result in the aftermath of these storms. Beautiful weather, and then you see scenes like that where a boat is now on the front yard of somebody's house or the front beach of someone's house. I want to bring in senior hurricane specialist Brian Norcross to talk more about Hurricane Jose, which we've been watching. But Brian, that video, that damage, really incredible stuff.
It really is, and I must say, it's kind of what we were expecting when we saw it was going to hit the Keys, but still, just seeing it right in front of you, you can't totally picture it in your mind. Every time I've been involved in one of these hurricanes, where I see it on the radar and I see it on the satellite, and I imagine how this current storm will correlate with great hurricanes of the past and the pictures and all I've seen. Until you actually see it related to this hurricane, especially places I know as well as I know the Florida Keys, it really is amazing, and they have so much. They're going to have so much work to do to put that back together. But I'll tell you something about Florida, which is amazing, and that I remember from Hurricane Andrew, is all that vegetation that's stripped and ruined. Any of the plants that survive, they grow back like there is some kind of magic seed in them. If something happens in a hurricane, that Mother Nature makes them grow back incredibly fast. All right, let's take a look at the hurricane that's going on in the Atlantic. We have one left out there, and it's Hurricane Jose that we have been keeping an eye on through the Irma problem, and we were a little worried about it, but we're less worried about it tonight. 75-mile-an-hour winds, drifting off to the east at 7 miles per hour. And here is the track from the National Hurricane Center, if you haven't seen this. And while Irma was going on, some of the long-range models, because now it would have been back a few days ago, were taking this down and bringing it up near the East Coast over here. Now, we're not 100% ruling out that might happen, because models just yesterday, some were still bringing it uncomfortably close, but now they've all shifted offshore. The reason we're a little uncertain is because when storms aren't moving very fast and there isn't good steering, you just have less certainty. But there really is unified thinking that indeed it will stay offshore. Here was the look from the scatterometer satellite. It's like a radar in space. Sends out a beam down to the surface of the Earth. It bounces off the water down there. And look, it found this little tiny circulation, but this really helps the Hurricane Center locate the circulation when hurricane hunters can't go out there and find it. This was taken on Sunday night. At the same time, it found this, and I was drawing that, by the way, the wrong way. I know all you. He's been doing this for too long. That's what he's doing. And look at the size of the Irma circulation. So you really can see little tiny circulation here, giant circulation over with Irma. It just was such an exceptional storm, and it ran right over Florida. Here you see 3 different kinds of low pressure systems. You have the Irma low pressure system here that has all this dry air coming into it, and it's sort of still a hybrid kind of system. You have the tropical system here. It goes like this. Like that. That's the hurricane. And look at this very well-developed North Atlantic low up there. So Mother Nature sure does provide storms in all sort of varieties. Back to you.
Absolutely. And don't worry, we're all pooped at this point, right? So it went over our heads. Hey, we've got much more coming up as our forecast continues.
Law enforcement in Florida doing everything they can to make sure Floridians can start getting back to normal.
Yeah, here Florida Highway Patrol spotted escorting resupply fuel trucks headed to communities that drain gas stations dry. Understandably so, as thousands of people were trying to gas up so they could leave town.
Yeah, that has been a story here since before, of course, Irma started to threaten some of the issues with gas shortages, quite a bit of a mess, and still an ongoing issue trying to make sure those gas stations get back to normal.
On the positive, you're looking at a relatively low-traveled roadway there. So that's what you want to see. You know, officials have been urging people to not get back down to their home if they don't have to. If you've got somewhere to stay, if you're staying with relatives, understand when you stay in a hotel is it costs money, but if you're able to stay with friends or relatives, can stay for a little bit longer, it's the best bet because the resources are really running thin, and that keeps the roadways open to get those folks back in to replenish them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we want to get down to Naples, Florida. That's where we find NBC's Jay Gray, and Jay's been hanging out there all afternoon long. And Jay, as people try to get back to their homes, what are they finding?
Yeah, a lot of them are finding things in total disarray, to be real honest, guys. You were just talking about it. What officials here have said is if you get back to your home here, what are you going to do? You have no power. In some cases, there's still water in neighborhoods. Let things calm down. Let things ease off a little bit. Let's get the power restored, and then you can get back in and really get to work. There are those who are back and looking into what's happened here. Some finding their streets just totally demolished, trees torn down, power lines. We've seen where the trees were pulled up out of the ground. They pulled away the concrete from the sidewalks here. Trees on top of houses, water inside houses. So there is a lot of devastation that stretches across a lot of miles here in Naples. But then, as you've been talking about, that's the case across Florida as well. So in every pocket where Irma did its damage, there are problems that they are just beginning to deal with.
All right, Jay, these folks, I would imagine, there's a sense of relief when they come home to see that their home is standing, but you've got to see a lot of emotions as you're out and about and you encounter these people looking at, their family home in that disarray that you mentioned.
No, you're absolutely right. A lot of people overwhelmed first to find out that the structure is still standing. That's the great news. And then just the thoughts start streaming in of what they've done in this house, how it's been a family home, or how they've raised their children there, and how it's been changed by the storm and what's happened here. I've also been struck by the resolve of a lot of the people here. We were at a family's home yesterday where the tree had fallen on top of it. They were there. They were cutting away tree limbs where they could, pulling them out, getting things cleaned up. When I asked them, hey, look, this is pretty bad, they say, you know what, it could be a lot worse, and we're going to take it for what it is. And the theme you hear over and over here in Naples anyway is the fact that no one in the storm was seriously injured or lost. And so people taking a lot of confidence out of that their community's still whole in that regard. The rest of it, they say they can fix.
Kind of similar to what we saw with Harvey, people coming together to help other people.
Yeah.
And Jay, I know you've covered so many, countless of the storms and sort of the aftermaths here. I don't necessarily want you to rank it, but where does this sort of stand into the storms that you have covered over the years?
First of all, and you guys know the science of this so much better than I do, but this storm was so strong for so long, and it built up for so long that people really were worried about this thing, and it really got their attention, which was a good thing. People got to safety, got to shelters, especially here in the Naples area. To see the devastation here, we're just coming off of Harvey, which was a water event for the most part. Not to diminish that the wind did cause some problems, Rockport and Port Aransas and areas like that, but for the most part, it was the water that did the most significant damage there. Here in Naples, it's the wind, and boy, the wind is a powerful force. We forget that sometimes because so much happens in the water after a storm, but it just ripped trees from their roots to the ground, pulled buildings apart. It's amazing to see that kind of devastation, and it was really on display here and will be, unfortunately, during what's going to be a long, difficult cleanup.
Jay Gray, thank you so much for the report. But always good to see those glimmers of hope. He did mention, I think a lot of people are really taking note of these storms ahead of time. And we hear of not, any life lost is one too many as far as we're concerned, but we're keeping those totals much lower. I think because of how well the individual residents and the communities are prepared.
When we're talking about these hurricanes, these powerful systems, preparation is the key.
All right, we've got much more coming up.
Wow, Tropical Storm Irma taking down trees all across northern Georgia. This taking place in the classic city, Athens. Yesterday, thankfully, nobody was inside that home when the tree came crashing down because they heard the tree cracking and then they got out before it could collapse on them.
That's a very good warning sign. This one of the big dangers with these storms that produce the rain and the wind. And unfortunately, we had some lives lost due to falling trees on homes and cars and all sorts of, problems in terms of insurance claims now coming into people where, we heard from one man earlier in the show who said, I've got a few branches right through the roof.
Yeah, that seems to be the calling card, at least once it worked its way into Georgia. Lots of trees coming down.
Yeah, we want to thank you so much for staying with us as we've got our continuing coverage of the aftermath of Irma. I'm Alex Wilson here with Alex Wallace. Let's walk you through what we know right now in terms of this storm. That death toll from Irma has now risen. 47 people now have died as a result of the storm. 3 more confirmed deaths coming in from Orange County, Florida. More than 110,000 people are still in shelters across the Sunshine State, and FDOT says there is heavy traffic on I-10 East and I-75 South. Officials are pleading for residents to not return home until local officials say it's okay. Remember, we're still getting resources back into some of these areas. Gas, other supplies, power may be out. So wait until you get that word that you can head back home. Alex, right now, I like what you said earlier. You know, if you didn't know it was Irma, you wouldn't know it was Irma. But we've got at least some nuisance showers as what's left of Irma, and it's not much, is still out there.
Yeah, you're right. At this point, just sort of hanging around, and it'll be here with us at least through the end of the week, getting into the weekend, slowly working towards the east. There's the center of the circulation right now, moving its way across western portions of Tennessee, moving to the northwest at 20 miles per hour, so quick movement there. But it's really the expansive cloud shield that you see that extends from the northeast, Great Lakes, into the Midwest, and even into parts of the southern plains, seeing the cloud shield extending into even parts of Texas. Now, in terms of the rain that we're seeing, a shell of itself here for us. Just some light showers here moving now. You can see it in the northeastern parts of Texas, Louisiana, sort of rotating in that counterclockwise fashion. And the winds also much lighter than where they were. We're talking 5 to 10. In some cases, we're seeing them getting up closer to 15 miles per hour. But that is the highest of the extent in terms of the winds there in parts of the deep south. Then we head a little bit farther east into the Carolinas, 5 to 10 mile an hour winds here for us, and some sporadic showers. North Carolina, even now getting up into parts of Virginia as well. But very light sprinkles showing up. So as we move through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow, that's basically what we will see. These light showers sort of rotating around here, right around the Ohio Valley, Tennessee Valley, Mississippi Valley as well. Sort of a slow progression on off towards the east now through the overnight period into your Wednesday morning. Heads up around the Nashville area. You could see some wet conditions there for your trip to work or school. And then as we work our way in towards the afternoon, filling in a bit more here for us throughout the Ohio Valley up into Indiana around that 70 corridor, seeing a bit of rain showing up, so heads up around Indianapolis. Otherwise, pretty quiet here across the Mississippi into Alabama. Could see a few spotty showers and storms try to develop into central and south Georgia. So what's going to get this thing out of here? Well, not much. We've got the jet stream hanging out here to the north. That would typically take it out of the way, but since it's way to the north, not going to happen. So Irma doesn't quite have a home, so it's going to just sort of meander and hang around, slowly working on off towards the east. Not a whole lot of moisture, so in terms of precipitation that we see, it is going to be generally of the light variety here heading through the latter part of the week now, heading towards the east coast. So this is tomorrow here for you. You can see the light shower potential from northern Mississippi, Alabama, up to southern portions of lower Michigan. Then by Thursday, we shift that a bit farther east. D.C., Baltimore, Philly, New York, seeing the chance for some rain. And then as we end off the week now on Friday, basically relegated the rain and shower and storm chances to portions of New England. That includes Boston down towards the Hartford area. So getting Irma farther and farther away from a place like the St. Petersburg area there in Florida, which is where we want to head to now with our very own Chris Bruin. And Chris, how are the folks dealing with things right now?
You know, I think they're very high hopes. They definitely dodged a bullet. A lot of people are now filtering back into town slowly, being welcomed to no power. Still a lot of people without power. There have been some restorations, but keep in mind the power crews are working day and night tirelessly and are going to work until everyone has power restored across the Sunshine State. The street behind me, this is Paso Grow Way. You can see several houses and then businesses here that still don't have power, and the sound of generators kind of filling the sky here throughout Paso Grow Beach. This is just south of St. Petersburg and St. Pete Beach. Now the interesting thing is we have dark buildings here and a dark Circle K, but just off to my left we do have power, and this is one of the restaurants. It's been busy really all night, and that's been the case. Now we've been waiting in line for 2 to 3 hours the past couple of days. So that's what you're going to be welcome back to. A lot of businesses still without power, and the ones that do have power, they are being filtered in with quite a bit of activity. So it's going to be long lines. The gas stations we've seen have had several long lines, and a lot of people in the dark. Now keep in mind, it's Florida, it's September, it's hot. And a lot of houses now are really heating up, especially holidays. And a lot of the power crews here have said it could take several days, if not weeks, before the power gets fully restored. So if you are out of town and wondering when you want to get back in, keep that in mind, as you may want to hold off a little bit, especially for the elderly folks who are more sensitive to heat. It can become dangerous, especially with temperatures getting into the 80s and 90s inside your house. It become more of a, a heat building than anything else. And the bugs are bad. So if you open your door, you're letting those bugs in. So keep that in mind as you're returning, but we definitely dodged a bullet here in Tampa Bay. Unfortunately, areas to our south, like Naples, Marco Island, and the Florida Keys, boy, oh boy, did they get hit very hard. We're seeing destruction far and wide, especially across the Keys, and even the surge off the East Coast was quite intense, especially that onshore flow. That is where we find Reynolds Wolf, and he has the latest there in Jacksonville.
You've got people from all over America that are concerned. They want to know how their relatives are doing in Florida. What would you tell them about your state and how you're doing?
Well, we're doing everything we can to keep everybody alive, keep everybody safe, keep everybody as comfortable as possible. Disasters are not convenient, but we've opened up almost 600 shelters around the state. Our National Guard, American Red Cross, Salvation Army, they all showed up, and their friends showed up. So this is a state that cares about people, and that's why we're such a great tourist state, because we love people coming here, and we love to entertain them and take care of them. Nobody's ever prepared for disaster. And, what you feel sorry for is the poorest families have no extra money for things like this, and so you've got to do everything that you can to make their life as comfortable as possible, because, just an extra $100 cost to them is devastating to them. I talk to the local officials. I look and see when your power is going to get back on. I talk to our utility companies. I think they're going to try to give people an idea when their power will be back on. It's not perfect science. They're going to work every day at it. But I think, I'll tell you what, I'm going to make sure the roads are open, and the highways are open, and that the locals are going to be working really hard to clean the debris around the roads of their cities. I know the federal government's going to be a big partner in that. They've committed to help us a lot. I think I can't thank President Trump enough for his major declaration after the landfall, which is he's going to provide a lot of great resources for us. But do that, and understand if you might not have power, so that's really important to you. Then wait until you don't come back until you know you get your power back on.
All right, that was our own Reynolds Wolf with Florida Governor Rick Scott. I want to give you a look at what the forecast holds in days to come. Right now, of course, still watching for some of that light rain across parts of Mississippi, Tennessee, into Kentucky. As Alex pointed out, though, if you didn't know that was the remnants of Irma, you'd just think it's some nuisance showers. It's dry across Florida, but it is still very warm, and a lot of folks waiting on power, and the heat will linger through the rest of the week. Tomorrow, at least the chance of thunderstorms, especially across the southern half of the state. We get into Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's when we could see a more widespread chance. Now, not every area is going to see a thunderstorm every day, but the threat of scattered showers and thunderstorms will exist across much of Florida through the second half of the week. So something to be aware of, be cognizant of as you're out and about, maybe cleaning things up around the yard. For most, we're going to keep those rainfall totals an inch or less. If you were to see a few rounds of thunderstorms or a slow moving heavy rainfall producing thunderstorm, you could see that 1 to 2 inch plus total. Naples, just an isolated shower thunderstorm Wednesday or Thursday. Friday, Saturday, offering up the better opportunities for scattered showers and storms. In Charleston, where we just needed the rain to stop yesterday, the rain is going to stop. You've got a few days off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, all dry there in Charleston with those temperatures in the mid and upper 80s. Well, we've got much more to come as our coverage of the aftermath of Irma continues here on the Weather Channel. We're going to give you the very latest on Hurricane Jose that's out in the Atlantic. Senior Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross is back. Well, the islands in the Caribbean were the first to feel the impacts of Hurricane Irma, the powerful winds and surge making many popular tourist spots unrecognizable due to the damage.
Yeah, you know, in the U.S. Virgin Island of St. Thomas, there's one place that needs to be repaired first, the airport. NBC's Ron Mott has the story.
This afternoon in Puerto Rico, a Coast Guard cutter loading up with supplies, heading for some of the islands Irma hit hardest.
On board, they're bringing everything they can to keep this relief effort growing. In fact, there are TSA officers on board as well today with the critical goal of getting the airport on St. Thomas back up and running.
The Virgin Islands whipped by Category 5 winds.
For a place that was once completely green and lush, everything now looks dead and bleak.
Tonight, still largely cut off, no cell phones, limited fuel.
Long line right here. This is a gas station and everything. There's so many people.
The devastation on the U.S. Virgin Islands of St. Thomas and St. John, almost unbelievable.
You could not even see the street in some areas because it was covered in trees and roofs and just every kind of debris imaginable.
From the air, stunning images now emerging. On Tortola, pieces of homes strewn across the hillsides, boats piled up.
This section of my mom's room, the roof came off.
You can see it from space. St. Martin before and now after Irma came blowing through. Buildings flattened, cars crushed. Tonight, the urgent need for relief aid across this region is growing, residents struggling to get by.
We need water and food. It's not no maybe, it's for sure.
Others trying to get out. The Kentucky Air National Guard has evacuated more than 1,000 Americans from the Virgin Islands, while Royal Caribbean is using their cruise ships to bring people to Puerto Rico. Left behind, a tropical paradise now desperately trying to pick up the pieces.
Wow, and you know, we look at these places, fantastic spots to visit on vacation, but we got to remember people live there.
Yeah, and this is their livelihood. For a lot of these islands, it is that tourism industry that brings in a lot of it. So, yeah, you know, you're hoping these people can get the help they need, and they want to get things up and going to, you know, make these, again, the vibrant, happy places they are to visit.
Absolutely. All right, well, we got our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. He's got more on what is out there. And Brian, you know, we got through Harvey, we had Irma, and then we were looking at Jose potentially have an impact, and we're just like, please, no, go away.
And actually, we have a little annoying news on Jose here. Not totally annoying, but just a little bit annoying. I'll show you in a second. All right, take a look here at what's going on with this thing. 75-mile-an-hour hurricane sitting out here east of the Bahamas. It's not like on the other side of the ocean or anything. It's not that far away, and drifting at last report to the east about 7 miles an hour, maybe a little bit south of east as we look at it there. Now, here was the visible satellite. So this was during the daytime when you had enough sunshine to look down and actually see what's going on. And you can clearly see, look at this dark going in here and wrapping around toward the center there. That's dry air. So there's a lot of dry air out here over the Atlantic. And as that gets filtered in, that kind of keeps a cap on Jose, keeps it from getting terribly strong. So that's one thing that's good. The other thing is, since it's not moving very much, if you think about it, it's churning up the water underneath of itself there. That's bringing up cold water underneath, and that's another limiting factor on the intensification. All right, but that doesn't mean it couldn't intensify once it gets moving. And here's the idea on the movement. Now, most of the models indicate it's going to go up this way. There's one model, the UK Met model, which was the only model that was the first model, let me put it that way, to show Irma going farther to the west. It's coming toward Florida. Now, I really don't think that's likely, but what we're a little concerned about is, see this one, the AVNI right there? That was the earlier run, and we just got the later run in. And the later run of that brings it up a little closer to the coast here, like it was doing a few days ago. Now, that's the one we call the GFS. It's AVNI here. It's really GFS. It's crazy, I know. But that's the old name for it, and that's what they plot on this map. So it's been going back and forth. When models go back and forth, we don't really trust them. And the European that has been doing the best with Irma, keeps it well offshore. So we're just putting a little question mark here toward the weekend. When storms don't move very fast, the future tracks are much more uncertain. So a little bit of concern, but the model consensus is definitely offshore. Other thing with Jose, it's putting energy in the ocean. So we have rip current advisories, although because of everything churned up and the possible pollution from Irma, it's not suggested you go in the water anyway. Okay, we continue here in a moment.
I guess I'm happy with what I see because, you know, could be gone. I look around and, you know, everything's just devastation, man. Crazy. I can't believe that there's absolutely no problems with anything. It's amazing. Here are these tie downs I was telling you about.
So you think that's what saved the house?
Well, you know, it's a very, very good possibility because it's still here. So I don't know what did it, but something. And we'll just have to find somebody to come in here and do some work and talk to the insurance company and go from there. What are you gonna do?
And you can see the relief in his face.
Yes.
You know, I think, you know, you watch what's happening, you watch the reports as the storm moves in, and you fear the worst. And then I think for him to just go home, and even though there was debris everywhere, plenty of damage, I think it was, all right, but there's still a home to return to.
All in all things considered, coming out relatively unscathed there, thankfully for him.
All right, we want to get a check-in with senior hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. A recap on Irma. This one had a lot of notable, you know, this one's going to go down for a lot of reasons that we remember.
Yeah, this is going to get retired for both the effect on people and property, but also because it was so meteorologically extreme. Take a look, first of all, at the track. So here it was coming along, Category 3 hurricane. First of all, it was a hurricane very early in its life, exceptionally early in its life. And here it's coming along. Now, it just happens to wing here the islands and the Leeward Islands, just those northernmost Leeward Islands as a Category 5. And look at if you can see the 5s from there all the way over to there. That was a record long time to be a Category 5, and it went right over the Virgin Islands, which is right there to the east of Puerto Rico, just missing Puerto Rico. Now, these are the Virgin Islands before Irma, and you see how lush and green they were. Now look after Irma, and those incredible Category 5 winds came along. You saw the damage, and it just stripped the trees. The wind was blowing like this, it stripped the trees, and then they actually got the backside. So back when Irma went through there as a Category 5, it had the front side and the backside. So they felt that wind shift, just terrifying and incredible to strip every tree that we can see from the satellite. Incredible. And then here are the Florida Keys. Now, a little hard to make out with the clouds here, but that's Key West right there. There's Big Pine Key. Then you have the 7 Mile bridge that goes up to Marathon, and then up here is Miami. Okay, now look at this after the hurricane, and you see a lot more brown. We still see some green here because remember, this was a Category 3, well, on the borderline there, Category 3, Category 4 hurricane when it came across the Keys, and it went over, the center went over right there, over Cudjoe Key right there. Again, this is Key West, and this is Big Pine Key, 7 Mile bridge there, Marathon there. And these keys in here, Summerlin Key right in there, were on the right side where the winds were pushing the Atlantic. So this is the Atlantic down here, pushing the Atlantic over the Keys, and it's pushed the debris and ruined just about every house to one degree or the other on the Atlantic side. On the Bay side, it wasn't as bad as it could have been because already it was only a half-moon hurricane. So you got the front side winds, but the backside winds were much weaker, where we were afraid that you were going to get extreme backside winds into Key West and make the flooding there just tremendously extreme. Why did this happen? How did this happen? Well, it happened because the high pressure system over the Atlantic here was just extremely strong. These are measured, and so we know what the averages are for the strength of the high, and this one was extra strong, and that provided a conduit all the way across the Atlantic. And so we get strong highs, but they usually don't sit there long enough to allow storms to come all the way across. And this one did. It formed way over here by the Cabo Verde Islands, and then it didn't go perfectly straight, but almost straight across to Florida. Well, how often has this happened in the past? Well, we have records going back to 1870 all the way across the Atlantic, 1851 for the east coast of the U.S., and look at this, only one time did a storm make it all the way across to the east coast of the U.S. from this location here. And the difference is, the thing was unusual about Irma, it was fairly far north. Usually storms that make it all the way across start out down much lower here. So that was in 1893 the great Sea Isle hurricane that hit southeast of Savannah there in the Sea Islands there. That was the only one that ever did it in the record book. And here's another exceptional thing. I told you about the Category 5, 45 consecutive hours in Irma. With the old record was 18. So this is just dramatically different than storms that we know about. Now, way back, of course, we didn't have good measurements, so something freaky could have happened like this, but this was definitely a freaky thing. All right, so in the Pacific, it's heating up now, and the Atlantic is kind of dying off. The Atlantic is becoming less favorable, the Pacific more favorable. They do tend to go back and forth, and Jose is still out there, and we talked about Jose a moment ago, and we were watching out here in the eastern Atlantic, but no more. The National Hurricane Center has taken the invest off that one. This one we'll watch. It's at a low latitude, but it's a good ways to go. All right, Alex. And Alex, that's it for tonight. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Brian. Indeed, an incredible storm making its way across the Atlantic like that. And Irma's impacts, no doubt, will be felt for quite some time.
Absolutely. But in the meantime, really nice to see that overall quiet Atlantic. All right, we've got much more. We'll have cut-ins to give you the latest coming up.
This is Hurricane Central. You're watching the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren with an update on Irma. It is pretty much long gone. We're dealing with still a few showers. We're also keeping an eye on what's happening here in the Atlantic, and not a whole lot happening right now. And we're going to show you also what's happening in the southeastern United States, still dealing with the effects of Irma, and just a few clouds right now as far as the showers go. Nothing too heavy. We're keeping an eye on some of the showers in parts of Missouri and Kentucky. Otherwise, it's going to be a cleanup, a long road for a lot of people from Georgia to Florida. As far as the power outages go, still millions of people without power. So some hot days and some very warm mornings. Another update coming up in a half an hour.
Wind is howling, the rain is horizontal.
We are in the eye wall of Dennis.
They are the most destructive and costliest storms on the planet. Hi there, I'm Alex Wallace, and we're taking you inside the eye, exploring the deadly and dangerous power of hurricanes. Did you know the typical hurricane expends the force of 500 nuclear bombs during its life cycle? Relentless wind, devastating storm surge, and flooding rain, massive amounts of energy. Meteorologist Alex Wilson shows us this force of nature is unlike any other.
A tropical storm becomes a hurricane when sustained winds reach 74 miles per hour. They can be up to 600 miles across. Hurricanes are categorized on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the highest winds. Hurricanes rotate in a counterclockwise direction in the northern hemisphere and a clockwise direction in the southern hemisphere. The Galveston hurricane of 1900 is the deadliest, killing at least 8,000 people. And the costliest hurricane is Katrina in 2005, causing $108 billion in property damage. As for strongest, only 3 Category 5s have ever made landfall in the U.S. Hurricane Andrew in 1992, Camille in 1969, and the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Hurricane season begins on June 1st and ends on November 30th. But hurricanes don't always follow the rules.
They can also seemingly defy the rules of physics when it comes to flying debris. Coming up, we'll show you just how much damage everyday objects around you can cause when they're picked up and thrown through the air at hurricane speeds. But first, to understand how these storms become so powerful, you have to understand how they're built. Here's hurricane expert Michael Lowry.
From outer space, hurricanes are a beautiful sight to behold. But let's take a closer look to see what's really going on inside these monstrous storms. That donut hole at the center of the clouds, that's called the eye, and it typically ranges from about 20 to 40 miles across. Here, conditions are actually pretty calm, with sinking, warming air, which keeps clouds and rain from forming. In stark contrast, though, right along the outer edge of the eye is a ring of thunderstorms called the eye wall. And it's here that you'll find the most intense winds, driven by dramatic changes in pressure, spiraling counterclockwise around the eye.
We are in the eye wall of Dennis.
And connecting to the eye wall are spiral rain bands that can extend for hundreds of miles from the storm's center. Oftentimes, it's these bands that are associated with heavy rain and have been known to produce tornadoes as they move ashore. So you see, there are actually many aspects of hurricanes, each with their own characteristics and threats. And that's what really makes hurricanes so fascinating.
You know what else is fascinating? Storm tracker Jim Cantori in a wind tunnel turned all the way up. But where do hurricanes come from? Well, that depends. Here's meteorologist Mike Bettis.
Did you ever wonder how hurricanes originate? Well, believe it or not, it happens way over near Africa, especially late in the season. We'll take you to the globe and show you how the Saharan Desert and the Atlantic Ocean interplay and actually can cause hurricanes. It's hot, it's dry at the Saharan Desert, right? We also have that cold ocean water, and right in between is a sweet spot for hurricane development because of the increasing winds from east to west. You get little spins that can happen in that zone, and next thing you know, tropical storms form and eventually hurricanes if they travel all year in the U.S.
When hurricanes get close to land, we can monitor their status with high-tech radar. But when they're still far out to sea, meteorologists need a way to gather life-saving information at long range. That's where the hurricane hunters come in. Storm tracker Jim Cantori explains.
One of the most important things that you need when you're forecasting how strong a hurricane is going to be and where it is going to go is data. We have satellites that give us data. We have computer models that give us forecasts. But what about a nice three-dimensional grid in and around the storm? You got to fly into these things. Let me introduce you to the 13 Hurricane Hunter aircraft fleet from the Air Force and NOAA. We're going to start you off with the first plane here. There are two of these. These are NOAA P-3 Orion aircraft. They can fly anywhere from 10,000 feet on down to 1,000 feet. They'll fly right through the hurricane. Interesting names, too, by the way. Miss Piggy and Kermit. Great sense of humor. You got to have one, right? You're flying through a hurricane. The first part of this plane is on the nose. It is called a gust probe. It looks like a barber pole, and it flies through and obviously measures the wind. So as you're coming in, you can see what the eye wall has. You can go through the eye with calm winds and then exit the other side and really get a nice look at what that wind is like through the storm at various levels from 1,000 feet up to 10,000 feet. On the belly, a radar. What do these storms look like, these towers, these rain bands in and around the storm as they're flying through it? This is what this horizontal radar does for us. On the tail, though, we want to look at a more vertical profile of those towers. How high are they? How rapid are they intensifying? Well, that's what the tail radar does here on the NOAA P-3 Orion. All of the planes, all 13 of them, actually have this piece of equipment here. It is potentially the most important piece. It's called a dropson. And these dropsons, once they are launched out of the planes, give us data back every half a second. Temperature, dew point, winds, barometric pressure, giving us a nice three-dimensional grid of what the storm actually looks like ahead of and in the storm itself. The dropson. All right, who does the heavy lifting? The WC-130 aircraft. These are very, very important. We get data from these guys constantly, especially as the storm is approaching land. How deep is the pressure? What are the winds like? What are the atmospherics like around the storm itself? Very, very important. Now, of course, these guys got to know what they're flying into, right? So on the nose of the WC-130 is a radar. Right there on the nose, You know when you're going to go into the eye wall, you know when you're going to get into the eye, and you know when you're going to exit it as well. That's what that radar does. Inside the plane, several meteorologists working a mission lasting approximately about 12 hours. And again, guys, that's where we put the dropsondes out. Very, very important role to give us an idea of what that storm is doing along the path. Now remember, they'll start out high and they'll work their way down toward the center of the storm and then exit out and rise once again. They saw it fly several missions in and out of that eye during that 12-hour time period. One of the most incredible pieces of equipment that's come along in the last several years on the wing of the plane is called the SFMR instrument. What does that do? Well, it looks at the turbidity of the wave action. What are the winds that it takes to produce those kind of waves? That's what that instrument estimates. And it gives us a great idea of what those winds actually are. A great instrument. That's the WC-130J. All right, one aircraft left. It's named Gonzo. It's the Gulfstream 4. This is responsible for high altitude data. Flies up to 40,000 feet. So now we've got a storm that's moving into an area, but we really don't have an idea of what's out ahead of that storm data-wise. So to give us a nice grid, the Gulfstream 4 flies INVEST missions essentially ahead of the storm to put that data into the models and eventually give us a better track forecast. These 13 aircraft are perhaps the most essential part of the arsenal we have in warning you about an oncoming hurricane.
Hurricane force winds, an icon of the weather world. Coming up, we'll show you what happens when debris goes airborne. And later, which American city is the most vulnerable to a hurricane? But first, time to test your hurricane knowledge. Do you know where the term hurricane comes from? It comes from the Carib Indians. Huracan was the god of what? We'll answer that coming up. Before the break, we asked you about the Carib god Huracan. He was the Carib god of evil, and that's where the modern term hurricane was born.
I've got my crew holding me down, because otherwise we would probably blow away. There you go, producer and photographer holding us here.
Well, you know, I haven't seen a lot of debris recently, but it was a couple of hours ago that
right. Sorry about that. Wow, that was a heck of a gust.
Heading west down the Hurricane Highway. Did you ever notice that hurricanes tend to move across the Atlantic from east to west and then curve northward? Despite their ferocious appearance and size, hurricanes act more like leaves in a stream than a boat steering its own course. In the Atlantic, airflow is dominated by a large high-pressure system that hovers over Bermuda. Winds rotate clockwise around the center of this Bermuda high, and on the south side, the winds move westward, guiding hurricanes closer to our coasts. As storms approach the U.S., a hurricane either gets dragged northward around the Bermuda high or continues westward toward the Gulf of Mexico. This is a big reason why Florida, Texas, and North Carolina lead the nation in hurricane landfalls. So if you live in these areas, make sure you and your loved ones have a plan.
Do you know the difference between a hurricane, a cyclone, and a typhoon? Hurricane expert Michael Lowry explains it's all about location, location, location.
Hurricanes, typhoons, cyclones. But what's really the difference? In this case, actually not very much. They're all terms that we use to describe the very same weather phenomenon. A tropical cyclone with sustained winds of at least 74 miles per hour. They're also all low pressure systems that draw energy from warm water to fuel organized thunderstorms rotating around a central eye. And each year, on average, roughly 26 of these storms spin across the planet. Okay then, so what is the difference? Like real estate, it's all about location, location, location. Hurricane is a term that we use here in the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans east of the international date line. But typhoon refers to a similar storm in the Pacific Ocean, but west of the date line and north of the equator. And the word cyclone, that describes any hurricane located south of the equator. Hurricanes and typhoons both spin counterclockwise, but cyclones in the southern hemisphere rotate the opposite direction. And no matter what you call it, hurricane, typhoon, or cyclone, you'll always want to stay out of its path.
No one is immune to the power of hurricane-force winds, and that includes television meteorologists. Check out Abrams battling Hurricane Francis and the flying debris in 2004.
We're seeing debris flying everywhere. Thankfully, my crew is looking out for me while I'm doing these live shots and trying to catch debris as it heads in our direction. We have seen windows blown out, power lines are down. Woo! And screen doors. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out! That's part of the roof that is headed towards us. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me, but I had to get out of the shot so that we didn't get hit.
Just another average day at the office, right, Stephanie? Well, for more on the raw power of hurricane-force wind, here's senior hurricane specialist Brian Norcross.
Hurricane-force winds. They can mercilessly exploit every weakness in a building, and most of those standing along the hurricane coast are not built to withstand a Category 3, 4, or 5 storm.
But here in South Florida, people are trying to learn to do just that. And this super wind machine may be part of the solution.
It's called the Wall of Wind, a 12-fan research behemoth located on the campus of Florida International University in suburban Miami.
We can get up to Category 5 wind speed, incorporate rainfall, water, and bring it into a wind field that's larger than many other research facilities of its kind. That's incredibly important because there's lots of work to be done and research to be done when it comes to wind interacting with structures.
The wall is big enough and powerful enough that for the first time, full-size buildings, materials, and systems are being tested in real-world hurricane scenarios. The results have been eye-opening.
We find out that some materials that we think are very vulnerable, they perform very well, and some of the failures we see are never thought of.
On this day, metal roofs came under the intense power of the wall of wind. Seeing actual Cat 5 winds billow up or lift a small part of the roof tells designers that they have built a strong system.
What we're learning is that in a real wind event, that the billowing up of the panels is normal.
The Miami-Dade County Building Code has led the way for decades in prescribing how to make buildings strong. And now people are coming from all over the world to use this monster machine to learn how to make their community strong as well.
Thank you, Brian. Coming up later in the show, we'll take you inside a testing laboratory where scientists launched debris at windows to test their strength. But first, more hurricane trivia. Do you know when the United States launched the world's first weather satellite? Here's a hint. It's the same year a famous American spy plane was shot down over the Soviet Union. The answer is coming next. Before the break, we asked if you knew when the United States launched the world's first weather satellite. The world's first weather satellite, TIROS-1, was launched on April 1st, 1960, and sent back thousands of images during its short lifespan of only 79 days.
The United States has been flying into hurricanes and tropical systems since the 1940s. And it all started with a dare during World War II. And now we've been routinely flying into these powerful storms every year, collecting invaluable information over the vast and data-sparse oceans. The current Hurricane Hunter fleet is made up of 13 planes, 10 Air Force, and 3 NOAA aircraft. Most of these missions fly directly into the eye of a hurricane and collect data at the lowest 10,000 feet of the atmosphere by dropping instrument packages that we call drop sondes. On the way down, these instruments measure things like temperature, humidity, pressure, and winds every half second until making their final splash into the ocean. Information is relayed back to the National Hurricane Center, where forecasters assess things like storm strength and organization. And thanks to these courageous data collectors, we know more about hurricanes than ever before. And in turn, forecast accuracy has really taken off.
We're just dealing with these sheets of rain and winds that are howling 50, 60 miles per hour. I'm gonna ride this one out, guys. I'm gonna ride this one out right here.
That was Jim Cantore riding out Hurricane Isaac in 2012. The highest wind speeds were recorded at 80 miles an hour during that storm, making it a Category 1. Meteorologist Mark Elliott has more on how hurricanes are categorized.
When it comes to hurricanes, each one's impacts are a little bit different, but the wind speeds that we talk about along the Saffir-Simpson scale, those are very specific, and the damage caused in those categories, kind of predictable. So let me show you. Let's start off with a Category 1 storm. And the damage here, not too bad. A couple of shingles fall off, you can have some palm fronds bending in the wind, but everything basically remains intact. Category 2, that's where you really start to feel it. Look at the windows of the house. They can be hit from debris from the outside and already start breaking in a Category 2. Your trees are significantly bent over in the wind, and the siding of the house itself can break, flapping there in the wind, adding to those eerie noises inside. Category 3. I've heard only a Category 3, but it's not only anything except really bad news. In a Category 3, you can have the door of the house blown in because the winds get so strong. You can have the roof of the house start to flap up and down in the wind because it can lift off those weak points, and a lot of those trees start to fall. Category 4, the damage is even worse. You get most trees falling, most of your windows breaking, most of your shingles fly away, and then Cat 5 is as high as the category scale goes. By Cat 5, no shingles remain anywhere nearby. The holes in the roof get so big that the walls of the house start to fall because they're not attached to anything anymore. There won't be any trees up in the neighborhood. That's just catastrophic damage.
Wind speeds get a lot of the attention when it comes to hurricanes, but they're not the deadliest part of a storm. As a matter of fact, hurricane expert Michael Lowry shows us the stats say it's not even close.
Look at this. This was a parking lot. So right now, as long as we're dealing with the eye wall and the surge, this water is going to stay up.
The surge from Hurricane Katrina put the Bay Waveland Yacht Club underwater and out of business for a while.
The water level up on that second floor there, with the waves just beating on it. And so what happens is the waves beating and beating and beating is what really takes down an event.
The most dangerous aspect of a hurricane sometimes isn't the wind, it's the water. Back in 2005, Hurricane Katrina brought an astonishing 27-foot storm surge to this part of the Mississippi, the highest ever on a U.S. coastline. Now, our ability to accurately forecast these type of surge events is critical to warning the public, and that is where storm observation stations like this one can make a difference. There was a storm observation station with a surge sensor here during Katrina, but the power of the water destroyed it at the worst time possible for data collection, right at the peak of the storm. That won't happen with this new one.
What you're looking at is sort of the yellow pipe-looking device is essentially elevating the brains of the instrument up off the water so that it will survive.
Actually, more than 25 feet off the water, anchored by steel rods driven 70 feet down. And these sensors measure more than just the surge.
We have wind gauges, the air temperature. We have the water level tube right here that measures how high the water is, updated every 6 minutes.
Without knowing how strong the winds are and which direction they're coming from, you can't accurately forecast the surge. So wind measurements are critical, but there's much more involved than what category the storm is. In addition to the wind, other factors such as the size of the storm and landfall location play an important role. Hurricane Isaac in 2012 was a Category 1 that produced a storm surge of 8 to 10 feet here along the Mississippi coast.
Isaac created a much higher storm surge than you would normally see with a Category 1 hurricane, and the reason for that is the large size of the storm.
So, do we need a surge scale? No. The key is being able to tell people just how high it will get and if they should evacuate, which is why these stronger sensors are needed.
How about launching a high-speed projectile at a window? Come on, it's only for science and hurricane safety. We're back in the lab next. But first, can you name the deadliest hurricane of the 20th century? The answer is coming up.
Time right now for a live weather update on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. Here's a look at what's happening right now in the tropics. A couple areas worth watching. And in the days to come, we're looking at this latest disturbance coming off of Africa that potentially could be working its way across the Atlantic. Meanwhile, there is a hurricane. Hurricane Jose. Models have been a little flaky lately. However, they're coming into more agreement that it does appear that this storm, while meandering a little bit, should eventually turn away from the United States. Meanwhile, after Irma, still a lot of cleanup, but not much more rain coming down. We're going to have your cleanup forecast coming up in about a half an hour right here on the Weather Channel.
Before the break, we asked if you knew the deadliest Atlantic hurricane to strike during the 20th century. The answer happened on September 8, 1900 in Galveston, Texas. At least 8,000 lives were lost. They're the most destructive and costliest storms on the planet. Hi there, I'm Alex Wallace, and welcome back to Hurricanes Inside the Eye, an exploration into these deadly and dangerous storms.
And we are at the height of this storm right now as it continues to come in. We just decided to take a little walk around the side of the building, and you can see how the wind is accelerated big time here. We're easily gusting 70 miles an hour with this wind. I can hardly stand up.
Few on Earth have weathered more hurricanes than Weather Channel storm tracker Jim Cantori. His passion for extreme weather is unmatched. So who better to explain how these incredible displays of power look from the inside?
One of the most amazing concoctions that Mother Nature can stir up are hurricanes. These are huge heat engines that can expand hundreds of miles wide and unfortunately produce a tremendous amount of destruction. Their purpose is to take the heat from the tropics and distribute it poleward. Unfortunately, sometimes land masses get in the way. Well, with every engine, you need fuel. Water temperatures around 80 degrees. Let's bring this hurricane down and talk a little bit about it. As that warm, moist air rises, cools, condenses, towers develop, they get up there 20, 30, 40,000 feet. Then you have to evacuate that air in a process that we call outflow channels. So if you have low pressure at the surface, you need high pressure aloft to pretty much continue this harmonic process. And it's amazing, as big and as beastly as these things are, there are things that can disrupt the process. Cooler water, dry air in the surrounding atmosphere, and the biggest thing perhaps is wind shear. We know that strong wind shear can allow the system to tilt. Instead of having this nice vertical column that's going up in the middle and developing a hurricane, now you've got, check this out as we go under, a system where that updraft is now tilted off to the right, and the storm becomes sometimes decoupled. So you can even see on a satellite picture sometimes a surface circulation, a low cloud swirl, if you will, and all the thunderstorms juxtaposed off in the direction of the shear. So it's kind of an amazing process. In light wind shear, now you've got a system that can grow and intensify and even further expand in time. So let's take the clouds away and give you a nice slice of what this thing actually looks like, because as the storm is maturing, one of the things we look at on satellite and sometimes radar if it's close enough to the coast are features we call rain bands. These help to feed that warm, moist air into the center, creating, especially as the pressure's lower, the most powerful part of the hurricane. We call it the eye wall. It can be anywhere from 6 to even 30 miles wide and is the most destructive part of the hurricane. It has the strongest winds, and in the northern hemisphere on the right side of it, it has the highest storm surge typically, right near that eye. So with the eye wall comes the eye. As violent as that is, in the middle of all that, there's not even a breeze. Winds are zero, they're calm. And when you see Hurricane Hunter aircraft out there or get a nice satellite picture, sometimes you can see right through that eye. It's clear as a bell all the way down to the ocean surface, to a very turbulent ocean surface at that. So you know that the wind field surrounding these big hurricanes can produce a very, very turbulent and even rising ocean in spots. Nature's heat engines, the hurricane.
Wind versus water, a battle of the elements. But when it comes to hurricanes, one is distinctly more damaging to your home. Here's storm surge expert Michael Lowry.
When it comes to the devastation caused by hurricanes, many think powerful winds make the biggest impact. But the fact is, it's storm surge that's really most dangerous. Here, let me show you why. We've seen a hurricane winds turn even the most ordinary objects into deadly projectiles. And winds of 111 miles per hour can easily pick up and blow around parts of homes and other large objects, making it even more dangerous. something as small as this can cause serious injury. But the force of storm surge moving at just 4 miles per hour is the equivalent of 111 mile per hour winds. And items carried by the surge can be even larger than the most powerful hurricane winds can pick up. Things like cars and homes. And if that wasn't bad enough, you're also dealing with toxic chemicals, power lines, and electricity. Now, one of the biggest differences is the ability to take cover. In wind, you're able to take safety in the most interior, windowless room in your house. With storm surge, there is no safe place to hide in the home. You may think you're protected inside from the water outside, but you're not. Eventually, that high water will be coming in. And depending on the power of the surge, it could rise all the way up to your roof. And that can happen in a matter of seconds. And this is why we always tell you to evacuate before a hurricane.
No worries, Mike made it out all right. But as storm specialist Carl Parker shows us, it's the sledgehammer power of storm surge that poses the greatest threat to life.
When it comes to tropical systems, most people think of the wind first. Even look at the categories. The Saffir-Simpson scale is based on wind. But that's not the true measure of the strength of a storm and the number of fatalities it can cause. Roughly 90% of all deaths from a tropical cyclone are caused by water. These are the results of a study that looked at all Atlantic Basin systems that impacted the U.S. from 1963 to 2012. When you break it down further, storm surge is responsible for 49% of the deaths. Rainfall and flooding, 27%. In all, 1 out of every 5 or 6 Atlantic Basin cyclones caused loss of life. And in the 50 years of the study, about 2,500 people were killed. So heed the warnings from emergency managers when you are asked to evacuate, and have a plan.
Evacuating ahead of a hurricane is often the best plan. Riding out the storm can be dangerous for so many reasons, including the wind. If it's strong enough, senior hurricane specialist Brian Norcross shows us walls and windows don't stand a chance.
In 3.5 hours in August of 1992, Hurricane Andrew did more damage than any natural disaster in U.S. history before it, times almost 4. But a building code revolution came out of it.
Andrew changed the entire way that we build homes. We believe right now we have a very strong code.
3, 2, 1.
The new code called for new testing and a new kind of impact-resistant glass strong enough to hold back a hurricane. For residential windows, that means standing up to a 9-pound 2x4 shot at 34 miles an hour, which simulates the dangerous flying debris that pounds houses and breaks regular windows.
In the large missile debris, it could be items such as garbage cans, lawn furniture, smaller structures or fences, things that may not have been properly secured.
Miami-Dade tested and approved impact windows are roughly 20% more expensive than regular windows with hurricane panel shutters. But they reduce insurance rates and provide important peace of mind.
We do feel very secure that our children can be sleeping in their bedrooms during a hurricane, and we will not have the fear that a large tree branch or tiles from roofs or fencing will come through their bedrooms. The security is worth the price of the windows.
Did you know some damage caused during a hurricane can actually come from a tornado inside the storm? The science behind that weather phenomenon is coming up next. Plus, America's most dangerous hurricane city, do you know where it is? Well, our experts weigh in the factors that make this place vulnerable to a tropical threat. But first, do you know which hurricane produced the highest storm surge ever recorded? The answer next. Do you know which hurricane produced the highest storm surge ever recorded? It was during Hurricane Katrina at 27.8 feet. That's more than 5 feet higher than number 2 on the list, Camille, at 24.6 feet. It's not Miami, Tampa, New York, or New Orleans. Do you know America's most dangerous hurricane city? Senior hurricane specialist Brian Norcross ran the numbers and weighs the dangers to reveal the answer.
Surging waves and water from Hurricane Ike in 2008 battered the Texas coast just south of Houston and topped the Galveston seawall. A seawall built after the city was destroyed by a much more than any other storm in U.S. history. Although this massive feat of engineering and ingenuity gives the city of Galveston some protection, much more of this metropolitan area has no protection at all, which is why the Houston-Galveston area is number 1 at the top of our list of America's top 5 most dangerous hurricane cities.
Along the coast, anything sitting outside of the current seawall is just waiting to get wiped away by a hurricane. And without a surge protection system, the water is allowed to just freely flow up into one of the most populated cities in this country. That could be catastrophic.
Catastrophic because the Houston metro area has grown about 650% since 1950, with many homes built in areas that will most likely go underwater in a big, strong hurricane.
There are about 6 million people in this region. Conservatively, probably about 1 million people would have to get out of the storm surge way.
Getting out of the way means evacuating on clogged highways through a massive city.
We need everybody to understand if you stay, you run the risk of dying.
In 2005, 2.5 million slogged through the nightmare before Hurricane Rita.
Everybody got on the road at the same time. We have to get people to leave. Well, that decision has to be made early. We're not going to be able to come in and help you once the storm's here.
And another danger is found here in the Houston Ship Canal, the lifeline for the massive petrochemical industry. It connects directly to the Gulf. And when a strong hurricane hits the coast, Gulf water is pushed into Galveston Bay and can surge here miles inland up to 20 feet deep. And worse, the rising surge would be a toxic mix of seawater and chemicals spreading through the industrial and residential areas near the water.
Environmental damage is something we think about all the time. These are not small companies. They've hardened their infrastructure a great deal, but nobody wants to take a direct hit.
Too many people on too few roads, and an especially toxic storm surge situation. Just 2 of the reasons why the Houston-Galveston area is number 1 on our list of America's top 5 most dangerous hurricane cities.
Hurricanes can destroy entire communities, and the damage they cause comes in many forms. Meteorologist Mike Bettis shows us it's possible for a tornado to form inside a hurricane.
Violent winds, epic waves, and blinding rain. A hurricane, it's one of the most powerful forces on the planet, but some pack a double punch, and these monster storms can create destructive tornadoes. The most dangerous was Hurricane Ivan. In 2004, this deadly storm formed 117 devastating twisters. It was the most ever produced by a single hurricane. Hurricanes have many of the ingredients needed to form tornadoes, including thunderstorms, as well as wind shear, which is simply a change in wind speed and direction with height. And lastly, warm, moist air. And certain areas are more prone to this double trouble. The front right quadrant of the hurricane is fertile ground for these tornadoes because that's where we find the strongest winds. So let me show you how this all happens. When a hurricane makes landfall, the friction near the ground slows the winds, while above, the winds remain high. And this creates a rolling motion in the atmosphere. Now remember our other ingredient, it's warm, moist air. And it's buoyant, meaning it wants to rise. And that rising air now tilts our rolling motion vertically, creating a tornado. And these tornadoes can be destructive, most producing EF0 to EF2 damage with winds up to 135 miles per hour. But predicting exactly where a tornado will form within a hurricane, can be very, very difficult because most tornadoes form within small storm cells that may not appear dangerous on radar. So in addition to all the other threats from a hurricane, tornadoes just one more reason to evacuate when ordered to.
If you've witnessed the damage a hurricane can do, you know why evacuating is so important. Our storm tracker Jim Cantore has endured hurricane-force winds over 80 times in his career, but he's never faced sustained winds like this before.
I'm inside the Virginia Tech wind tunnel where wind speeds can get as high as 190 miles per hour. We're not going to go that high today, but we're going to demonstrate the power of wind by going through tropical storm, Category 1, all the way through 5 winds to see how much force actually builds up on me and how much I can actually take. The strongest winds I've ever stood in, probably between 80 and about 95 miles. A harness like this, there's no way I could stand in the wind. I'm gonna be honest with you, I was a little apprehensive at first. I mean, when you start thinking about Cat 5 winds, and then I started envisioning the destruction that they cause, I'm like, I must be on my freaking mind. So here we are now, strong tropical storm force at about 71 miles per hour. We're almost at minimal hurricane. I can feel my skin start to vibrate. But that was just amazing to me, to watch your skin wave like that. I've never seen anything like it. Here we are at minimal hurricane force. Look what happened. All right, I start going for a ride. All right, here we are at 80. I can't lean into it now. Look at my mouth. See what's happening? So, I mean, this is about the strongest that I've ever stood in at about 90 miles per hour. Wow. We're at 100.
Pretty amazing, right? Well, that was only Category 2 strength. Coming up, the dial goes up to Category 5. Can the can man keep his feet on the ground? We'll find out next. But first, what's the highest wind speed ever recorded in North America? And where was it recorded? The answer next. Here's the answer to our last trivia question. The highest wind speed ever recorded in North America was observed on the summit of Mount Washington, New Hampshire on April 12, 1934. A peak gust of 231 miles per hour was reported. That's higher than any measurement ever taken in a hurricane. Wind, waves, and water. Hurricane power is all about energy. Storm specialist Dr. Greg Costell explains exactly how much energy these massive tropical engines can produce.
The force of 500 nuclear bombs. That's how much energy a typical hurricane expends during its life cycle. Hurricanes sweep up warmth and humidity from the warm tropical oceans, and they store this heat in their cores until it's released to the atmosphere through torrential rainfall. Think of a hurricane as one big heat engine, with the ocean acting as its high-octane fuel. The energy released through the rainfall is used to drive the intense rising air within the storm and the strong winds that make the hurricane so fierce. You take away the ocean, and the hurricane spins down. Too bad it's difficult to harness this energy, because if we could, it would power the world several times over at any instant.
We promised and we deliver. Weather Channel storm tracker Jim Cantore has seen the worst Mother Nature has to offer, but can it match the man-made power of a Category 5 wind speed in a controlled wind tunnel? Will Cantore keep his feet? Check this out.
All right, guys, so we're going to start off essentially going through a small breeze that you get on an ocean day. All right, so here's 20 miles per hour. People don't realize how strong 20 miles an hour. Your flags are flapping, they're making sounds like that. You get to 30 miles per hour, the water's all chopped up out there.
Here comes the bus.
Holy smoke. Oh my God. It's just deafening. That was crazy. That was just absolutely crazy. The power of the wind, man. It's incredible.
186.
So we got to let's go around 186.9. That's not bad. I don't think I want to go any higher than that. I really felt like I was a piece of dust blowing in the wind. It was a wild ride. I'm glad I did it.
The one and only Jim Cantore. No matter how big the storm, how fast the wind speeds get, or how high the water rises, meteorologist Maria LaRosa says you have to be prepared.
A hurricane is bearing down on your community. Are you ready? If you live in a hurricane-prone area, you'll want to have a hurricane supply kit and a good plan of action. During a hurricane, you may lose power and plumbing. We want to have at least 1 gallon of drinking water per person per day for at least 3 days. For a family of 4, that's at least 12 gallons. Buy enough food to get ready for several days. Make sure it's food you actually eat. Other things to have on hand: a battery-powered or hand-crank NOAA weather radio, flashlights, cell phone, chargers, and extra batteries to keep everything running. Keep everyone healthy with a first aid kit, personal sanitation supplies such as moist towelettes and hand sanitizer, as well as a week's supply of any prescription medications you may need. Any important documents in the house, such as insurance policies and bank account records, seal them in a waterproof container before the storm. If you live in an evacuation zone, have your route planned in advance. Know if you're at risk for storm surge flooding and stay safe this hurricane season.
Over the last 35 years, tropical cyclones have caused more damage in the United States than any other weather event. And on average, they destroy more than $16 billion worth of property and infrastructure. Slow season, it only takes one. Thank you so much for watching. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace.
Wind is howling, the rain is horizontal.
We are in the eye wall of Dennis.
Time for a live weather update here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. Taking a look at what is left of Irma. Just remnants now, but you can still sort of make out a circulation, a big broad circulation with some showers and some steady to light rain throughout parts of Mississippi, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, several states seeing some light rain. Every once in a while we'll see moderate rain, but for the most part the damage has been done and the recovery efforts are underway. Here's the forecast for the cleanup and recovery for Charleston, South Carolina. Flooding been a big issue with some severe weather last night as well. Temperatures are going to be hot during the day and any rain should not amount to a ton. We're going to take a closer look at what's happening in the tropics at the bottom of the hour.
Deadly wind and water slam into America's Gulf Coast.
Katrina changed weather history because Katrina was weather history.
2 states, Louisiana and Mississippi, suffer the harshest aftermath.
It was unbelievable. The Mississippi Gulf Coast got hit by an atomic bomb.
A lot of national media, people were saying that we had dodged a bullet. We were saying, oh no, it's much worse.
A catastrophic natural disaster is made all the more horrendous by a bungled response.
Every possible thing that could go wrong went wrong.
It was a man-made disaster. They know it. Everybody knows it.
The response of government at every level was faulty, to put it nicely.
It leaves a nation outraged and sends ripples through the economy. On this episode of When Weather Changed History, Hurricane Katrina, the costliest and one of the deadliest hurricanes ever to hit the U.S. Despite the meteorological technology that predicts its arrival, Katrina's fury proves how vulnerable we really are. August 2008, New Orleans. Almost 3 years to the day after Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Gustav is projected to be on a collision course with the Gulf Coast. The Big Easy looks like the bullseye again.
It was a potential for a big one. We reached a very powerful Category 3 hurricane. We never thought it was going to be a Katrina. But the unpredictable part of it, just like in Katrina, is will the levees hold?
The deja vu of disaster sparks anxiety levels close to panic. But this time, things are different. This time, the call for evacuation begins earlier.
Most of the people got out with Gustav. People were shell-shocked from Katrina. They weren't about to stay behind this time.
As they leave, many wonder, what will their city be like when they return? America's Gulf Coast, dubbed the Energy Coast for its oil and natural gas, is rich with economic and recreational resources. The Gulf Coast states share similarities, but also have great differences. Louisiana and Mississippi share a unique culture.
There are so many musical families in New Orleans that go back 3, sometimes 4 generations. We have a lot of rivalries down south. You have Mississippi, you have Louisiana. You know, we used to always run jokes about Mississippi being poorer than us. And then they get mad. And of course, their gumbo's better than the original. This goes on. It's a great place to be from.
Gravity is high. Louisiana and Mississippi also share a history of hurricanes. In Biloxi, Mississippi, meteorologist and former Navy hurricane hunter Mike Reeder knows the deadly risks and surprising benefits hurricanes bring.
They take the heat that builds up at the surface of the Earth and they move it into the upper atmosphere. They're natural phenomena that, in the dynamics of this Earth, are necessary.
When hurricanes threaten Mississippi, the state's geography leaves it especially vulnerable.
We don't live on deep water. You walk a mile out into the Mississippi Sound and you're up to your knees. So this huge storm surge can come in on the Mississippi Gulf Coast and literally just wipe us right off the map.
Next door to Mississippi, Louisiana is vulnerable for a different reason. Its natural defenses, the wetlands and barrier islands, have been largely wiped out over the past century thanks to industry and urban expansion.
What's the difference between a natural phenomenon and a disaster? And the very simple answer is people.
So from an environmental perspective, losing all these miles year after year is hugely devastating. It's also very, very dangerous for lives and property.
Most of New Orleans is below sea level, protected by a massive levee system. But over the years, some levees have fallen into disrepair and are slowly sinking. Past hurricanes have proven that weather poses serious threats to both states. In 2004, a badly executed hurricane evacuation in New Orleans exposes flaws in the city's disaster plan. That same year, scientists staged a hurricane exercise, animated as a war game, showing how a Category 3 hurricane could be catastrophic. But little changes.
There was an awareness of exactly how bad it was going to be. There was a disconnect between an academic awareness and an acceptance of the reality of what was going to happen and the implications of what was going to happen.
Tuesday, August 23rd, 2005. The National Hurricane Center in Miami takes official notice of a tropical depression about 175 miles southeast of Nassau, Bahamas. Prediction models forecast this disturbance will drive west across southern Florida and into the eastern Gulf of Mexico. It is hurricane season, so many Louisiana and Mississippi residents are aware of the disturbance east of Florida. Most are not worried, yet. Wednesday, August 24th. The circulation now has sustained surface winds of 40 miles an hour, earning it official tropical storm status and a name, Katrina. Thursday, August 25th, at 6:30 p.m., Katrina makes landfall near North Miami Beach. Just before doing so, it strengthens into a hurricane.